very highly educated women in Sri Lanka that have highly qualified jobs, but in their spare time do all kinds of projects related to water for the women on the island of Sri Lanka. And she's going to present something which is, I think, a big, good feature in Sri Lanka on rainwater harvesting. Deepti, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and Ayubowan. I'm from Sri Lanka, a tiny island in the tip of India in the Indian Ocean. My project is on rainwater harvesting as an alternative water source for CKDO affected areas of Sri Lanka, and I work for the University of Colombo, at the same time Women for Water and Sri Lanka Water Partnership in my leisure time, as Lesha mentioned, in Sri Lanka. Next slide, please. I'm going to tell you about a very sad story, a silent killer, a water pollution problem. Now, many people in some parts of Sri Lanka have been deprived of their rights to access clean drinking water. So how are we going to reach the goal 6? Is it to have water and sanitation for all? As you can see from this slide, this is a problem which is related to health due to lack of clean drinking water. This problem persists in agricultural areas of the country because there have been many years, many decades of misusing and overusing of agrochemicals, especially the pesticides. Because of that, the groundwater and surface water of these areas are contaminated with agrochemicals, organic pollutants, especially the heavy metals. You can see from this diagram, when people drink this polluted water, polluted from agrochemicals and pesticides, which are being accumulated in surface and groundwater. So they get into their bodies, affect kidneys, and impair the kidney function. As a result, there are many deaths, more than 1,000 deaths in the country in the recent past, and more than 35,000 patients have been identified due to this chronic kidney disease of unknown etiology. Unknown etiology means in other diseases, the health experts know what the causes are, but in this case, they just suspect it could be the heavy metals, it could be the cyanobacterial toxins in the water, but they are for sure know that it comes from water, as the World Health Organization says. You can see from these slides, people are spraying pesticides even without adequate protective clothing and measures. And in the upper top picture, you can see a doctor treating a patient. So most of the time, it's the men, because there's a gender issue, the men get affected. But it's not the men, I'm talking about the women, because they do not have access to clean drinking water. Women have to go to fetch water from very far, because most of the village tanks and the dug wells are contaminated with this water. So it's the duty of the women to go somewhere else and to get water. And mostly the females are having the burden of fetching water, getting the clean water for their drinking and preparation of food. At the same time, when they are the breadwinner, basically the men in the households get affected and sometimes they die. The women have the extra burden of looking after the family. So we have witnessed this in many villages and many parts of these agricultural areas, because this problem persists in agricultural areas. That's why the scientists and the policymakers believe that this has linked to water for sure and some agricultural problem. So what I suggest and propose is to use rainwater harvesting to provide a solution. Rainwater harvesting, which gets the water from the rain. Sri Lanka is a tropical country, more than 8 months of the year we have rain, and to fetch, store this rainwater from your roof to the gutter, which is then connected to a huge tank, which provides you with clean water free of charge, and it's green water. I mean, no environmental hazard is associated with fetching green water. I'm proposing this because to ensure health and dignity to all of the people in the area, especially women and girl children. As you can see from the dug well over here, there are women who are lined up with pots to carry water to their respective households. I'm proposing to provide this rainwater harvesting solution in the north central province of the country, which is indicated in dark. The specific area is named Kurunegala. You can see a boy is in a tank. So these are the tanks there where people get water from. So you can see these tanks are connected to the agricultural system, the paddy fields. People bathe there, people get some water there for drinking, which are being polluted for so many decades with agrochemicals and cyanobacteria. So the activities I suggest is to build and donate 35 rainwater harvesting tanks, focusing on schools, hospitals, and highly needed individuals. Now, some special features of this project. There are three basic activities that I propose. One is to initiate rainwater harvesting societies and to make them aware how not to misuse agrochemicals, how to conserve their water resources, maybe a dug well or maybe a village tank throughout the entire area, because the societies we are going to initiate in the different levels. So I would like to propose the monitoring program is participatory, because as you can see from their diagrams, it is not just one person, it is a collective measure or a collective action of all stakeholders, including the government agent, the communities, and the societies. So I wish to form these societies in these three geographic areas in Kurunegala district, so that we make the participant aware how to use these rainwater harvesting tanks, how to clean. Actually, they don't need much cleaning. The first thing that they have to do, just discard the first rain, because it might carry some dust. So after that, the tank is ready to use. So as I have indicated, there are some tanks at the moment are being used in certain schools. In the top photo, you can see some of our members, they have donated a tank, and these are the kind of activity that I propose, because it's a collective effort or a participatory effort of all stakeholders, leaving no one behind at the management level. So there are the members of the community, members of the society, representatives from the government, representatives from the research community. And to scale up, actually, I propose to change the attitudes of the communities, and they should be willing to change their practices of malpractices of using pesticides and agrochemicals, malpractices of polluting the common water bodies, and secondly, awareness raising how to conserve water sources and how to cultivate good practices of water conservation. My special focus is on school children as the conservation messengers, because I have a special program focusing on the youth as well as the school children, how not to pollute the water and how to make how to use this nature's gift, the rainwater, to solve their problem. And at the same time, increase stakeholder participation. And I'm going to, this would be a pilot project, so I'm going to look for innovative solutions, to to develop this rainwater harvesting cascades or system further with the participation of the village communities and the scientists, as well as the government medical officer, the school principal, the government agent in the area, to have a more sustainable system in the future. Because we want to include everybody, we don't want to leave anyone behind with deprived deprived rights, and having no access to clean and safe water to drink. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deepti. And the last of the three, all the way from Zambia. Evan Stembo is a researcher and an engineer. And he is also a lecturer in his daily occupation. And he's going to talk to us about fluoride issues in drinking water. Evans, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I come here to present a project on community-based monitoring and advocacy for fluoride contamination in drinking water in Luangwa district in Zambia, which is a rural district. What is the problem? The problem at hand is that 150 kilometers away from Lusaka, the capital, we have a district called Luangwa. In this district, high concentration of fluoride has resulted into increased cases of dental fluorosis. And this poses, or it endangers the human rights which the communities have to access to clean and safe water, which is even enshrined in the Zambian constitution. As you can see in the pictures, those are the children, pictures that were gotten from the same district. For this reason, we plan to determine the prevalence rate of dental fluorosis, after which we would like to quantify how much of fluoride exceeds the WHO limit, which is normally 1.5 milligrams per liter. This then will be followed by empowerment of communities, especially women and girls, in ways in which they can demand for their rights to access to safe and sustainable water. As you can see, in case you may not be very much sure where Zambia is, that's map of Africa. And then we have Zambia, and then the district that we are talking about is the one which is right down there, which has a total population of 29,000, almost 50% male, 50% female. But again, from the age range, you will see that from 0 to 19, that's the major population that lives there. Most of them being male, female, they are almost the same range. But you can see also that those that are 60 years old and above, the numbers are actually very minimal. So it's the ones from 0 to about 59 years who are affected. Why are we bringing the dimension of the women? Women, for men, it's very easy. They can migrate to the city, to Lusaka, but for the women, they have to be there and take care of the children. And then also, these children that we're talking about, who have this dental fluorosis problem, they also abscond school because sometimes they are sick and they would not manage to go to school. The mothers have to attend to them using the only source of drinking water which they have, which is groundwater with a lot of fluoride. What activities have we lined up to solve this problem? 3 information is on this slide. We have the timeline from month 1 up to month 6. We have the budget for each activity, and we also have the activities. The first activity, we want to establish the prevalence rate of dental fluorosis in conjunction with the Ministry of Health, because we have developed this project in collaboration with the Ministry of Health office in that district. This will be followed by community empowerment and trainings in fluorosis sampling, analysis, and interpretation based on the public health aspect. After that, then us together with the Ministry of Health and the local community representatives will go in the field and collect water samples. Then we shall do on-site testings with communities who are by that time empowered with the knowledge of how to do it. Then this will be followed by sensitizations in communities and schools together with the communities. We are not going there to do it for the communities. We want to do it with them so that even when we are not there, they can go further and demand for their rights to access to safe and adequate drinking water. Then after that, then we also plan to formulate a community-based policy brief, which will initiate community interface meetings with policymakers locally, as well as at regional level with the Member of Parliament and other civic leaders in that district. Then the other component that you see there is human resource and marketing aspect was more on the budget part. The total budget for our project is 11,500, and we are looking for 10,000, and we hope to raise 1,500 locally. In terms of the results, the anticipated results of this project, we have 4 objectives. The first one being investigating the prevalence rate of dental fluorosis, and then we have verifiable indicators that will be used, but the outcome of this is that we will know the prevalence rate of dental fluorosis in that community because there is no data, there is no literature, and this will be used for policy dialogue with the policymakers. Second, the quantity of concentration that is present of fluoride that is present, because this one again, it's just scantily reported. There is no systematic data of how much of it is there, though evidence is there that indeed the contaminations are much more higher. In terms of the output for these communities will be aware of the quality of drinking water in Luangwa district and other stakeholders. Third, we want to empower communities with necessary dental fluorosis preventive measures. And I have a list of verifiable indicators in the middle, but this will lead to improved public health of the communities, especially women and girls. The last objective is enhancing citizen participation in demanding for improved water quality. Water quality has received less attention, even at very global platforms. So locally, communities, they don't even know that this dental fluorosis comes about because of the high levels of fluoride. They associate it with something else. So once we empower them with this necessary knowledge and skills, then they will be more well informed and they will participate actively in local decisions that has to do with access to safe drinking water. In terms of scaling up, we hope to continue the water quality surveillance as well as community empowerment dialogues in other wards or other villages within the district, and as well as designing and installing a fluoride removal pilot based on locally available materials. And this will be done after the pilot will be done 6 months later. Then 1.5 years later will be used for scaling up and installation of the fluoride removal. And our focus, we are passionate about the schools because it's these pupils that you saw in the pictures who are suffering mostly with dental fluorosis. As you can see in the picture, this is the experience that our organization has. We have already implemented a similar project in Lusaka, which is struggling with nitrate contamination of groundwater. We went by stage. We have done the quantification of how much nitrate stage by stage. And as I speak now, we are piloting a nitrate removal unit, which has been fabricated with local materials based on biological nitrification. Thank you very much. End of my presentation.
Okay, I'll give the floor to the judges first, and of course, ladies first. And can you make sure that you point to who you want to answer?
I have questions for all the presenters, so how do we work? Just throw the questions.
Throw them out there.
Okay. Okay. So my first question to the first presenter. So I'm not a technical person. I'm a lawyer, so I might have missed some technical details in the device you have designed. I didn't get if your device is for individual households or is it for communities, or it can perhaps work for both. And I didn't get where is the water that you collect, where is it stored? If it's stored in the device itself or not. And I didn't understand if the renewable energy, is it something that you have, let's say, it's a second issue, or is it used for the device itself or to collect the water? This is my question. Then I have questions.
Shall I answer you? So that
Please. I go on with my question?
Yes, then the other two can think.
Okay, then for Deepti, I had questions. Yes, on your societies. I like very much the ideas of having a society manage this rainwater harvesting device, but I didn't understand if they are, because you mentioned that you have rainwater harvesting devices for hospitals, schools, and individuals. So are these societies will also manage the individual rainwater, and how will this work to manage at the individual level? And my last question for Evans. I saw the steps in your project, how you want to reach what you want to reach, but I didn't understand that in one of your slides you said that you want to empower the communities with preventive measures against this contamination by fluoride. So I didn't understand how, and before you have these units to remove fluoride from water, do you have other water resources available for the population or not?
Okay, thank you very much. Alain, you had time to think.
Thank you for your question. The system could be used for anywhere, for any place, and for any size. In fact, the system doesn't need power to work on. The water is always collected at the bottom. So we have some kind of a bash, which is like a piece of PVC, whatever, then connected. And of course, we always have either existing channel to throw the water in or some tanks. When I spoke about renewable energy to be used, it's simply to use this structure in case the community needs some power, because it's already a base for attaching solar panels or putting small wind turbines.
Yeah, answering to your question. Actually, what I'm proposing is to have to divide the area into 3 sub areas, and to each area, I'm going to have to initiate a rainwater harvesting society, which includes, because I'm planning to donate these tanks to the hospital, to 1 or 2 religious places, and certain schools, and very needy individuals. So representative from each category would be the members of the societies, and we as the NGO workers and researchers periodically visit there to see whether the society is functioning, and we are very happy to help them to incorporate, to extend our help to get it going.
Thank you. On empowering the communities, basically during dental fluorosis, there will be an aspect of trying to understand the underpinning causes according to the lay perspective, understanding the community perspective. Then the findings from there will be used to train the communities using participatory rural appraisal methods so that everyone participates. We move them from one stage to another until they get to understand on what can be done on dental fluorosis through improved water quality. Do we have other sources of drinking water? No. This is a rural village which just depends entirely on this groundwater, and there's no any other source. And also the impact of climate change is leading to increased droughts. So even rainwater could be an issue. They only depend on groundwater.
Thanks. I believe this is going. Yep, fantastic. Great presentations. Thank you very much, all three presenters. I've got some questions for each of you, so I'll go through in the order you presented. So fog harvesting, I think, is a very interesting technology. I've been familiar with that for some time and actually installed a pilot in the mountains in eastern Congo. One of the issues that I've found with fog harvesting is the volume of water that you actually collect sometimes is not enough to make it a viable source for an individual household or community. So I'm interested about what types of volumes do you expect? I know there's a lot of changes to do with climatic conditions, but typical volumes. And this also relates to scalability of how scalable is this technology, do you think, realistically? What types of communities would it be appropriate for? And do you think that you'd be able to collect enough water to make it viable? So that's the question for fog harvesting. Also, one other on fog harvesting, which relates to scalability, is the cost. What sort of unit cost are we looking at? For rainwater harvesting in Sri Lanka, I think rainwater harvesting is a fantastic technology. I come from New Zealand, where almost all of the rural communities survive purely on rainwater. And one of the big issues there is storage volume. How much water do you need to store so that you can get through the dry season or the drier parts of the year in order to make it a viable resource? So I'm just wondering if you've looked into that, and particularly when you're looking at schools and so on, also households, what size volume of tank do you need? And then in terms of the tank itself, in your picture you showed a tank with a plastic polyethylene material. I know in Sri Lanka a lot of work's been done on ferrocement tanks, and I think ferrocement is interesting because it is a type of technology that a community can adopt and quickly build tanks themselves. So I'm just wondering what you've thought about the tank materials and also the operations and maintenance of the tanks. On the fluoride in Zambia, I know fluoride and fluorosis is a major problem throughout all of Rift Valley in Africa, and I've been involved in high fluoride levels in refugee camps up in Kakuma in Kenya. And one of the things I didn't see coming out in your presentation is what I know about fluoride contamination is that it varies seasonally over the year due to dilution. So at one point in time, you may be above the World Health Standard in your testing, but then during another part of the season, you could be below the World Health, and it's variable. So I'm just wondering how you're building that into your testing. And also the sources of fluoride. Fluorosis doesn't necessarily always come from the drinking water. There could be other sources within the food chain where it's coming in. So whether you're looking at that. And then I noticed that your presentation was very much focused on the testing, but you didn't have so much on the treatment side. I actually think the treatment is the more important side. So just maybe you can develop that a bit more. Thanks. Sorry, there's a lot in there.
Thank you. Hello. When it comes to feasibility, as you know, first of all, for any project, we have to make sure that there is fog to start with. So this is one. Secondly, the scaffolding, or any other system, is in fact the cheapest structural available system. For the netting I used, it's about 1.5 to 2 euros per square meter, which makes it very, very interesting. Now, the system which I had presented, it could, in a normal foggy place, it could give you about 7 to 12 cubic meter, which is very interesting compared to a very long vertical net. So yes, we have to think about feasibility, but we have to think about the value of a human. first of all, I believe is extremely, extremely cost effective. And secondly, definitely, even if it's thought as a commercial issue, it is still very viable. Thank you.
Answering my question, actually, rainwater harvesting depends on certain conditions. The first condition is the availability of rain in this area. Basically, in many parts of Sri Lanka, we have a lot of rain, maybe 6-7 months raining, or 2-3 very dry months, and again 2 intermediate months. So people need to collect rainwater during the rainy season. Again, the other condition is the surface of water collection. So if it's a school or a hospital or a government building, it's huge, and the water is collected to a gutter. From the gutter, it goes to the tank. But when it comes to individual families, if they have very small houses without permanent kind of roofing, you can't have it. That's why I'm suggesting, I'm proposing to have this in, especially in schools, the hospitals, and other community places. But at the same time, after a pilot survey, we can identify the places where people in the individual houses, but the condition is you have to have a permanent and solid roof. And then comes to cleaning and maintenance. Obviously, the first, the rain you should discard because it can carry dust and other particles. So after that, if your gutter is clean and there's a mesh and other certain safety precautions, you have to put those. That's why I'm forming these rainwater harvesting societies, to educate people how to maintain and how to get a sustainable solution out of this tank. So I propose to inspect these tanks periodically with the Rainwater Harvesting Society members, like especially the government agent, maybe the doctor or the school principal or any representative of these institutes. Thank you.
The volume? How much would you think you need to
the
collect?
Volume, for a small family, it would be maybe 2,000 to 300. 2,000 liters. But for a school or a government institute, there could be a series of such tanks in each building, then connects to a series of taps.
So if I understand you correctly, you would use multiple containers to collect the water?
Yes.
Not
Or
just
else,
one per building?
Yeah, as you suggested, it again depends on the material. Or if it's a plastic or polyvinyl material, it's readily available. These tanks are readily available. You can just go and purchase from whatever outlets. So that is the most convenient method. But you want to have a huge tank built, again, we can arrange, because there are the experts, the masons and the builders who are capable of building such tanks. But then again, you have to have a kind of a support that is good for, I mean, the schools and other big institutes could have a series of small tanks, the plastic tanks, or maybe a big tank, connecting several roofs into that.
Thank you. Evan.
Thank you. In terms of seasonal variation, that's why during the pilot phase, which is 6 months, we actually opt to collect samples once every month, so that within 6 months we are going to have results which may help us with understanding those variations. And then in terms of other sources, this area is actually, part of this area is in the valley. And the scanty literature has already indicated higher levels of fluoride in those areas where there's high dental fluorosis prevalence rates. Then treatment side, first of all, we hope to quantify the problem, to know how many people are affected in these given wards. After that, how much of the fluoride exceeds the WHO limit. Then we engage with communities on what should be done on this issue, so that they can demand for their right to access to safe water based on the human rights AAQ framework, which was drafted by Danish Institute of Human Rights, which talks about accessibility, availability, affordability, and quality. Then after 6 months, that's when we will now go, once policymakers and community leaders have been engaged on this issue and we have the buy-in by the politicians, by the donors, local donors, then we will embark on the designing and piloting of the treatment process. We envision that this pilot process, this design, will be based on adsorption process.
Okay.
Because we want to use charcoal locally, which can locally be found.
Okay, thank you, Evan. Dirk, we are slowly starting to run out of time.
Thank you. I'll be brief, and I apologize. I'm not an engineer, but a legal academic, so some of the very few and quick questions that I will ask may sound a bit basic. First of all, my first question goes to Alain Al-Hilali. I would like to know what is particularly new about the arrangement you are suggesting, and why has no one done this ever before?
As you can see, this arrangement is an easy fix to increase the surface area and to entrap the fog. And why nobody did it before? Just like any other work, there's always somebody that comes up with something. So I came up with this one because it's more efficient and it gives more value and it's a cheap cost. Thank you very much. The second question goes to Vikrama Singh. In your application, you write that the exact cause of chronic kidney disease is not entirely clear, but there is a hypothesis that it could be caused by water, but it's not 100% proven. So it then makes a lot of sense to focus on water, I suppose, but what if it's not the water? So why are you focusing on water in particular, if there could be other causes? Well,
I have the exact answer, sir. Actually, if you Google the CKDU in Sri Lanka or elsewhere, the World Health Organization says it's from water. But they have not, nobody has investigated, actually was successful in investigating the exact cause. Nobody knows. But WHO and the others say it's from water, and they don't know what is the mechanism or what the exact cause is. What they suggest is it could be the heavy metals, it could be persistent organic pollutants, and it could be cyanobacteria. But it's basically from water.
Thank you. And the last question, if I may, goes to Evans Tembo. It's coming back to the question of how to empower the community. You said that pertinent rights are also in the Constitution. So from a legal perspective, would that empowerment lead to some kind of judicial activity, or how likely is it that through more information, the community can actually convince the local or more central decision makers to implement the rights more effectively?
Thank you. Through that community empowerment, which will involve participatory training, then, like I had mentioned, that we will organize for interface meetings with community leaders. From those interface community meetings, then we will have also high-level policy dialogue at community level, where we invite the member of parliament and other stakeholders, so that we can lobby and share and also use cases together with the communities and also affected people. From that point, then we see hope. We see hope that those that represent them in the parliament could actually take this forward. But for us, it's a starting step. It's a stepping stone. We are hoping that this can actually, once we scale it up, we can actually make it bigger and the whole country can actually know about this. And we'll also do some media campaigns about the same on TV, on national TV.
Thank you, Timo. Okay, the last few seconds. I can take 2 questions. There's a gentleman there in the middle with a, yes, you, yep.
Oh, okay. Very interesting presentations. Straight one clarification question to the presenter from Sri Lanka. You mentioned that the chemicalization of agriculture seemed to be causing water pollution, which is ultimately causing this strange disease. But the correlation between water harvesting that you're proposing and how is it really going to help in mitigating the health problem? And that part is not very clear. Given the uncertainty of information, whether it is really wise to go for water harvesting, rainwater harvesting, which is help in terms of groundwater recharging and also diluting certain mineral elements of the water. But to particularly solve this problem, address this particular health challenge, whether it would be really helpful, that's one thing. I think, and my second question to Zambia presenter.
Sir, one question.
Okay.
You posed it. Thank you. Over there.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, thank you so much to the presenter. I will ask Mr. Elian about the water harvesting innovative solution or technology. Have you tested this technology and harvest water from the high humidity area, not from the fog area? This is the first. And the second thing, you mentioned ionization. You can use it. Have you used it? And if you use it, how much percentage you add to the water harvesting, I mean, from these areas? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Deepti, please.
Yeah. I think I have an answer for your question. Actually, the CKDU is directly related to water, as WHO officials and the Sri Lankan health officials say. It comes with the drinking water because other kidney diseases have a cause, maybe from diabetics, maybe from genetic factors, but this particular cause, which is spread in many parts of Sri Lanka, especially in agricultural areas, they have related it to the drinking water because most of these drinking water sources are stagnated. They don't flow. They are either from the village tank or the dug wells. That means the surface and the groundwater are contaminated, either with the persistent organic pollutants, pesticides, heavy metals, or maybe from the cyanobacteria. So the best alternative is to provide water from any other alternative source. So this is that's why I propose the rainwater, which is free of all those chemicals. It could contain some minor particles, the dust, but again, you can, if you boil it, the impact would be fine. The health effect would not be there because 100% they are out of or free of toxin chemicals because rain is just something very with less polluted with toxins.
Okay. Alain?
Thank you for your question. The principle of fog collection is completely different than humidity because fog, we do it at a certain situation where there's some cooling effect already existing in the area and the fog condense. In humidity, you could have a 40-degree and you don't give a chance to the humidity to dissipate unless you have a cooler surface. So as we are not using any cooling effect by energy, we're just using the existing cooling atmospheric cooling effect, the fog will condense and we'll get the droplets. With the heat, it's not easy to, it's not possible to condense unless you have a cooling effect.
Okay, thank you very much. I would ask you to give a big hand to our three presenters. And thank you very much. You are allowed to go back to your original seat. And I hand over to the MC to introduce the next panel.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, presenters. Thank you, judges. Our next moderator is Rio Hada from the UN Office of the High Commission.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. I'm Rio Hara from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I'm responsible for a couple of things, including the human rights to water and sanitation, and it's my pleasure to be a part of the scientific committee and supporting this important summit. So without further ado, I'd like to start going to the next session, which is focusing on indigenous peoples. Like so many other human rights, indigenous people suffer disproportionate violations of their rights to safe drinking water and sanitation. When we talk about human rights-based approach to leave no one behind, the first question we ask is that who does not have access and why? And typically it is the marginalized, the poor, and those without a political voice. So it's not just in terms of physical access, but it's also about their capacity and the position in the society, and all these traditions and other factors that sort of discriminate them. So to address this situation is not just a matter of charity or goodwill. Under human rights law, the states are under obligations to take actions, remove discriminatory laws and practices, including them in decision-making process, and provide avenues for remedies. This is the core of a human rights-based approach. And UN human rights mechanisms receive numerous reports about the threat to indigenous rights, including especially concerns about pollution of water sources in the land that they live. I just want to give you a couple other examples, such as impact of mining operations, because they often live in resource-rich area. Indigenous peoples were seeing severe impacts on their access to clean water, as well as on their way of life and cultures. And indeed, the projects to generate new sources of energy, such as dams and geothermal exploration, have been reported as having a serious impact on access to clean water for indigenous peoples. And we have a presenter from Nigeria, and I'll be interested in hearing what the situation in his countries. So indigenous people also have a very special and even a spiritual relationship with water and land and natures. And indigenous and tribal peoples represent only 5% of the world populations, but according to some estimates, they care for more than 20% of the Earth's surface and protect nearly 80% of the biodiversity on the planet. So it is important that their rights and traditional knowledge is respected and protected. So this morning in this session, we'll hear 3 presentations addressing the access to water for indigenous and local communities. And the structure is the same. We'll ask them in 5 minutes to present the problem, since these are exploratory projects, how they plan to address the challenges, especially from human rights-based approach, and what are the results expected and how they see the potential for scaling up. So the first speaker that I'd like to invite is Dr. Kenneth Arrow. Oh, in fact, could all the speakers come to the stage and take their seats, please? Please take a seat. So first, I'd like to invite Dr. Kenneth Arrow, who's a chief environmental scientist of the NOSTRA, this National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency of Nigeria. And he will present the results from their study to determine the effect of the storage conditions and sunlight exposure on sachet nylon and vented water. I was told that we have about 10 minutes maximum for the presentation. So, Dr. Aro, you have the floor.
Yeah. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Kenneth Aro. I come from Nigeria. Nigeria is in West Africa, and I work with National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. I am here to make a presentation on the effect of storage condition and sunlight on the quality of sachet nylon and vented water. This is one of the exploratory research proposals submitted to WaterLex as a part of the program to mark the first World Summit on Leaving No One Behind. I would like to commend WaterLex for this initiative. It is actually timely and coming at a time when countries, particularly developing countries all over the world, are actually having serious problems with respect to lack of access to potable water. And this is partly as a result of inability of various levels of government to take necessary steps and strong political will and commitment to be able to address this issue. So I will also say that water is one of the essential requirements of life and is also needed for life sustenance. And it is also very, very important for us to be discussing this matter because a human right of water actually entitles an individual to safe, human rights of water enables an individual to have safe water, sufficient water, to be able to have physically accessible water, and also have acceptable water and the ones that can also be affordable. Now, it is only when we have all these 5 components that an individual can actually raise his head high, that he's living in a very good health condition. But if any of these components is actually lacking, then we may be having problems because United Nations report have actually identified that about every 8 seconds, a child dies as a result of a lack of access to potable water. And then over 80% of sicknesses and diseases that are actually ravaging people in developing countries all over the world is as a result of polluted water, unavailability of water, and then poor sanitation. It is also on record that about 2.2 million deaths that are actually attributed to complications arising from diarrhea-related issues, actually because of poor water quality. And it is very, very important for us to be discussing this because we wouldn't want a lot of people to be left behind in the global access to water and sanitation. Now, this particular research is actually designed to address the needs of indigenous communities and the rural communities that are actually at the forefront of having these issues. Now, in oil-bearing communities in Nigeria, which is one of the developing countries, we have seen that incessant attacks on oil facilities within the area has resulted to oil spillage, which, as you see from the slide there, is affecting both groundwater and then river water. You can see the slick from that slide that you're seeing there is about 1 millimeter thickness of crude oil that is on the other surface water. And then these traditional communities that we're talking about derive their potable water needs from some of these traditional sources of water. And then it is only when we look at the other options available for them, because since the groundwater is polluted, in a study that was commissioned by United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, in Nigeria in 2011, they have identified the presence of benzene up to 900 times the WHO limit, which is actually not very, very good for human consumption. Now, if we look at what we have there, we have seen that the other option left for these people would be either taking water from the rain or also taking water from sachet water, which is about 0.5 liters of water that is encased in a nylon and then sealed at both ends and then used as alternative for water. Now, in looking at other options, which is rainwater, because of the poor regulatory regime in Nigeria in terms of gas flaring, the oxides of sulfur also brings down some components of this water as acid rain, which is also not very good. So the only option left for them, in order for this community not to be driven into extinction is for them to now resort to use of this sachet water that we are seeing here. Now, but the other problem we have here is that the water the sachet water are kept at various storage conditions. Some of them are kept in the rooms. Because of storage constraints, some of them are left in the open with the direct sunlight, having an effect on them. So we are trying to find out the effect of a storage condition on the quality of this water that is vended in this nylon. Now, we will be looking at activities that will enable us to achieve this. Now, the pilot study is going to be conducted in Nigeria, and then particularly in Port Harcourt, because we still have indigenous people and then also local communities that are there. Then in the same place too, we also have people that are displaced as a result of flooding and also natural disasters that also having children and women too there. Now, in looking at the method that we're going to use to achieve this, they will be divided into two models. One is experimental model, and then the other one is going to be a true survey. Now, on the experimental model, we're going to have a physiochemical analysis, which is going to look at chemical properties of this nylon, looking at the pore properties like porosity and the rest of them. Then we'll be looking, those samples will be exposed to room temperature, and then some of them will be exposed to sunlight. Now, we will be also looking at the second model, which is the bacteriological analysis. The bacteriological analysis will enable us to determine the total bacterial count and total heterotrophic bacterial count, which will be done weekly for 4 weeks, and then also fortnightly for 20 weeks. Now, if the result is okay, we will also be moving to the second model, which is the survey. The survey is actually going to introduce some components of human rights-based approach in generating our data, because we will make sure that the way in which the data is going to be generated will be done in such a way that nobody will be discriminated against, either on the course of your health, or because of your religious, or maybe a background. But there will be that total social inclusiveness in terms of generating data from this, and then that will enable us to have a structured questionnaire to mainstream gender in the whatever we are doing there. Now, on the issue of the result that we're going to get from this exercise, we'll be taking it to a mentor that is going to will be working in the university within the area of this study. Then that will open up another collaboration between what we are doing on one hand, and then the industry and the institution on the other side. So if we're able to have what we are going to get from this as part of the result, and then the mentor now okays it from our discussion, it means that we will be now producing them in form of manuscript, which will be now used to make progress reports to our sponsors, and then to let them know the extent of which we have done. This will enable us to be making presentations, which will coming up in sometime in August during the Water Week. And then if what we are doing is acceptable by our mentors, then we'll be talking of scaling it up, and then including country like Ghana, where we're also going to do the same kind of work on extended data gathering. Now, what is going to be the nature of our result? Our result is actually going to derive from the main objective of the study, which is going to give us the effect of a storage condition on the quality of sachet nylon, and then the various storage conditions will also be there. Now, some of the specific objectives that will be looked into will include the characterization of the sachet water nylon, then the various bacteriological loads that will be associated with the samples that we're going to analyze. And then also the survey component of it will give us information about health and safety. Now, what are the outcomes? The outcomes will actually give us information about the chemical properties of the nylon, and then increase in access to safe sachet water, and then the suitable storage condition, and also information about the perception of the people on what is going to be their take if they consume this product. Now, some of that output will also give us information about chemical properties, physical properties, and then also we will also be getting information from the bacteriological load, taking into consideration the world standards that is also set out to be able to compare them with what we are getting from the field. Now, the other information that is going to be part of the output will be the health, safety, and environment component of it when we do the survey. Now, what are the key performance indicators? The key performance indicators will enable us to look at the organics and then the pore size of the nylon, the porosity, and the rest of them. We'll also be looking at the total bacterial count, and then the various bacterial isolates that will come out from this process. Then the key performance indicators will also give us information about illnesses and diseases that will be derived from the established record books from either health posts and the rest of them. Then we will also, means of verifying what we are doing will be through laboratory results that will be analyzed, and then we will also compare them with international standards. Now, if we are through with this, we will be thinking of scaling up this process. And then, as I said before, the scale-up process will enable us to have more data gathering, and which will involve Ghana. And then also the sample size will definitely increase. And there will also increase in the population of coverage area, because some of the structured questionnaires now will increase from the number that we initially have done in the pilot. And then also the budget will also increase, because there will be additional costs on human resources, operational costs, and also for commercialization and then communication and marketing of this particular product. Now, what will be our policy outcome from this endeavor? It will give us information about possibility of getting more further objectives on what we are going to do. It will also give us idea as whether we're going to take policy recommendation and the decision on what has actually happened to the sachet water product. And then again, it will also ultimately result in review of government regulations. And I'm very sure that if we're able to get this correct, it will give us information about the best method of storing this sachet water product in such a way as to guarantee the safety of the consumers. And by doing this way, we'll be moving a lot of people out from the issue of leaving them behind, and then getting them to global players where they will contribute meaningfully to access to water and sanitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aro. You may return to the seat, please, and thank you for your presentation. We'll move right into the next presenter, and as in the previous session, we will then give a chance for our judges to make some comments and questions, and then we open to the floor. So the next speaker is Ms. Eva Manzano, and she represents the Center for Affordable Water and Sanitation Technology. This is a Canadian engineering firm which provides technical training and consulting in WASH for the poor in developing countries. And she will present her project to build an enabling environment for universal access to safe water in Colombia. So, please.
Thank you. Buenos días a todos. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you. So what's the problem we're trying to solve here? I think that picture speaks for itself. I took that photo 2 years ago at a school diner in the peri-urban area of Ibagué, a city that is around 5 hours from Bogota. And that's the water people are using for kids drinking, cooking, and other hygiene practices. So the problem is obviously related to water quality. When we talk about the sector and all the progress that has been done over the last decades, not only in Colombia, but globally around water coverage, there has been huge progress. The problem is still when we talk about water quality. In Colombia in particular, the government has been thinking about this and how to really try to close that gap on not only getting coverage to those most vulnerable, including indigenous groups, women, children, Afro-Colombian, displaced population due to the violence in the country. They've not only been thinking about the coverage gap, but also trying to solve this problem of the lack of quality of the pipe systems, but also when there are no pipe systems, what could be the options? They have developed a policy trying to identify alternative solutions, like household water treatment, that could be potentially implemented in these areas that are normally lived by vulnerable populations to try to solve the problem of water quality. So the problem is that policies on their own don't solve the problem. We need to put them into practice. And that's what we want to offer here, a solution to put that policy into practice in Colombia. So how does it work? What we are proposing as cause is helping the government to build their internal capacity on what could be these alternative solutions for water treatment to improve water quality, and put them and bring them to these communities through training and transferring that knowledge in cascade to the department and municipal levels. So by that approach, we will be solving the problem of water quality, but also we will be aiming to approach the acceptability problem, because what we're proposing are low-cost solutions that normally use local and ancestral methods, like using plants for sedimenting water, or boiling, or that use local and simple materials that are more acceptable by these type of populations, and also improve organoleptic characteristic of water. So that also increase the acceptability of these solutions. And in addition, these solutions are more affordable. They're locally available, low cost, easy to implement. So therefore, it will mitigate that problem of bringing big infrastructure that is costly and not always available when we're talking about remote and dispersed communities. In terms of the activities we're proposing, the first one, as I mentioned, is working in building the capacity of the government in what are these alternative solutions that they have regulated. What are they? But not only what are they and how they work, also how to implement them successfully. Because at the end of the day, what we want is people having and drinking safe drinking water, not just having a filter at the shelf or at the corner in the kitchen without using it. In addition to that, we recognize that in countries like Colombia, that is a huge country, it's hard to get to every single corner. So we will be making sure that the training materials are, first of all, contextualized to the different parts of the country, and also available online and offline for people to get access to that information without needing to be physically at the training. And at the same time, we will be working with a competency validation process in this process of training and building capacity of municipal people and communities to make sure that we give that voice to like women and indigenous people that normally they're not respected because of who they are. So by helping them to build their technical capacity, they will have that voice to be more supported. We also recognize that only working with the government has some risk because it might be a slow process. So we will make sure to keep supporting like local implementers in the country, like NGOs, foundations that are already working in the water sector, by helping them to increase and improve the quality of their implementation by providing technical guidance and support through their projects. And also, as I said, with that competency validation program. At the same time, women here can play a key role as they normally act as the community health promoters in the communities. So that will be another way of empowering them. Thirdly, we will play a role in strengthening the sector by organizing events like that one, like learning exchange, like where we can collect the best practices from the sector, from the actual implementation, and feedback to the government so they can include those best practices in the implementation of this new normative that they have put together, because we don't want them to be reinventing the wheel. Actually, that picture was from an event that we organized last year in Bogota with like ministries from 15 countries around the region last year. And we've already been seeing some fruits of that event because that influence or including these solutions is being brought also to other countries like Honduras, where in a couple of months we will having another event on influencing government on how to think about including alternative solutions into their strategies and national policies. And finally, we know that we as a Canadian organization, we don't know the local languages, like the local conditions as well as a local organization. So that's why we're working in building the capacity of a Colombian-based NGO called Fundación Red Proyecto Gente to make sure that they are the ones that are able to provide those services without us, to make it more sustainable as well. In terms of how we will be measuring our results, First of all, as we will be training the government, we would like to see what they're doing with all the knowledge and the skills they're getting. So we will be supporting them and serving them through to see how many people they're reaching. At the same time, we will be visiting all these projects because, as I mentioned, we want to make sure that they're good quality and that they're reaching people and making sure that there is a sustained behavior change. We're not just distributing technologies all over the place. And also, we will be training and going through the competency validation with technicians and community health promoters that we work with. And we keep working beside our partners, Fundación Red Proyecto Gente, and we will monitoring how independent they are in terms of providing services. So that will be our measure that they're ready to work without us or step back. But then the big question is like, how are we gonna actually make sure that we reach the SDG 6.1 and we leave no one behind? That's why we are here. And for me, thinking about the work that I've been doing in Colombia and other countries in the region, what it really needs to happen is to scale this up is we need to build this enabling environment that helps to put this into place. And reflecting, I've been thinking, well, but how do you create that enabling environment? And to me, the key factors that need to be in place are, well, first of all, we need governments to be focusing on those gaps. Like we can have the best statistics, the GMP numbers, but if we don't really focus on what those gaps are and try to look for solutions, it's very difficult that we really advance to the SDGs. And us as an NGO, our role is just like advocating them to focusing on those gaps and trying to reach those vulnerable populations. As I said, we need norms and policies, but those need to be practical enough to be put into place. In Colombia in particular, we developed this norm, but then they realized that water quality standards didn't necessarily match with what they put in the other law. So how do we match them together to make sure that we can actually put it in practice? We also need an intersectoral approach. In Colombia in particular, we're very closely working with the Ministry of Housing, responsible for water implementation, but also with the Ministry of Health, Agriculture, Education, because we are all part of the same problem and we need all work together towards the solution. The knowledge and skill needs to be at the right scale. It doesn't matter if we have great engineers sitting at an office in Bogota. We need them to be in the departments, in the communities, at local level, building the capacity of the communities for them to be able to take informed decisions and solve their own worst problems. We need committed and motivated people as well. And particularly sometimes within the government structure, it's harder when you've been in the same or you don't have chances to grow professionally. Find that motivation sometimes might be hard. So we need to look for ways of keeping that motivation. And that's why that validation process into these technical roles might be a way of increasing that motivation. We need for local partnerships. As I mentioned, that's why we're partnering with a local NGO and with other organizations within the water sector. And as for everything, we need resources. But in this case, when I mean resources, it's kind of a mindset, change of a mindset as well, because we don't need resources necessarily for infrastructure, because we're talking about low-cost technologies, but we need also resources for human resources, for investing in real producing like a behavior change that is sustained in the communities. So that's where we also need to invest, not only, which is important as well, in building stuff and pipes, but also in making sure that we change behaviors at community level. And that was all. Thank you so much. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manzono. It's for the very clear presentation that you are working with both the local governments as duty bearers, but also with the rights holders. Okay, our last presenter is Ms. Stephanie Keane from Rights and Resources Initiative, and she will present her project on community-based water tenure, which is a comparative legal analysis of indigenous and local communities freshwater rights. So, Stephanie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stephanie Keene. I am a lawyer and I lead the tenure tracking program at the Rights and Resources Initiative, or RRI. We are a strategic global coalition dedicated to advancing the land, forest, and natural resource rights of Indigenous peoples, local communities, and Indigenous and rural women. We focus exclusively on resource rights that are held at the community level, primarily in low and middle income countries. And since 2016, we've been working with the Environmental Law Institute to develop a comparative analytical framework tracking the extent to which national law recognizes the freshwater rights of Indigenous peoples and local communities. Our main collaborator at ELI is attorney Jessica Trowell, the director of ELI's International Water and Africa programs. Now, we're currently finalizing our 16-country analysis, and we will be publishing results in a report this summer. Our forthcoming analysis will be the fifth of RRI's tenure tracking data sets. Our 4 existing data sets cumulatively cover over 75 countries, and they track the strength and extent to which national law recognizes the resource rights of Indigenous peoples, local communities, and rural women. Now, these tenure tracking analyses are a core function of our organization that's existed since our founding. They're global studies, and they monitor progress over time with respect to the legal recognition of community resource rights. Up to 2.5 billion people worldwide use and rely on the world's community lands and resources. While Indigenous peoples and local communities have customary, collective, and sometimes informal rights to over 50% of the world's land, our tenure tracking data demonstrates that globally, they only have legally recognized rights as landowners to 10%. So the territories used and claimed by communities are vast, but we know that legally recognized rights comprising secure freshwater tenure have yet to be conceptualized, widely accepted, analyzed, or tracked over time. Now, our study adopts a tenure-based approach to highlight the relationships between the many freshwater, land, and forest rights by which communities steward their territorial resources. And it's important to take a tenure-based approach to freshwater for 2 principal reasons. First, in practice, Indigenous and local communities use and govern aquatic and terrestrial resources in very interrelated manners. So we need to devise an approach that reflects communities' reality. Secondly, as our data demonstrates, most countries render communities' freshwater rights fundamentally dependent on the recognition of land rights. But despite these legal and practical realities, we know that communities' freshwater rights are commonly overlooked, even as the importance of community land tenure has become widely accepted. Unfortunately, when communities' freshwater rights are threatened, they are often either unaware of or unable to effectively assert the bundle of rights necessary to protect their human right to water and sanitation. So in this and many other respects, Indigenous peoples and local communities are being left behind. Our forthcoming analysis addresses these troubling realities by establishing a global baseline tracking the legal status of communities' freshwater rights. By tracking the status of rights on paper, our analysis can fuel data-driven advocacy, can equip communities with the information they need to protect their human right to water and sanitation, and can be used to measure the implementation gap between the law on paper and communities' lived daily reality. And this slide outlines our methodology. Our study's unit of analysis allows for a very nuanced assessment. This unit is a community-based water tenure regime, or CWTR. And essentially, this is a national level legal framework that allows communities to have recognized freshwater rights of use and at least either governance or exclusion. And CWTRs can pertain to Indigenous peoples, to specific ethnic groups, or to water user associations that are comprised of communities. And some countries don't recognize community level freshwater rights, but other countries have many CWTRs. And these are always comprised of a wide variety of national legislation, in addition to Supreme Court and Constitutional Court cases regulating both surface and groundwater. Our analysis covers 16 countries across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Oceania, and we've identified a total of 39 community-based water tenure regimes. For each country analyzed, we have a threshold question determining whether national law recognizes the human right to water. We also have 3 threshold questions that are answered at the CWTR level, and those relate to customary rights to fresh water, whether freshwater rights are dependent on legally recognized land rights for communities, and whether the specific rights of Indigenous and rural women to use or govern fresh water are explicitly recognized. At the CWTR level, we also assess 13 legal entitlements that are captured by 5 indicators and associated sub-indicators. First, we determine whether communities have legally recognized rights to use fresh water for domestic, small-scale livelihood, and cultural purposes. For all of the uses that we assess, we determine whether they are burdened by procedural requirements like permits or incorporation requirements that can hinder communities' accessibility and the affordability of fresh water. We also determine whether domestic uses are explicitly prioritized in the law and whether communities' rights are actually prioritized over those of other stakeholders. Excuse me. We also examine whether communities have legally recognized rights to use internal dispute resolution mechanisms to resolve disputes regarding fresh water. We look to see whether they can take their internal rules and enforce them against external third parties, and whether they can even exclude third parties from freshwater resources that they have legally recognized rights to. Under the due process and compensation indicator, we determine whether communities have recognized rights of prior notice, consultation, and appeal when their rights are threatened. And in the domestic context, we also look to see whether they have recognized rights of compensation if their rights are actually revoked. Now, our results are still preliminary, but today I'm happy to share the following key trends. First, most but not all countries have national laws recognizing the human right to water. Second, communities' freshwater rights are typically dependent on their legally recognized rights to land. So what this means is for many communities throughout the world, if there isn't a secure, legally recognized right to land, the human right to water and sanitation may be out of communities' reach. So we need to consider relationships between aquatic and terrestrial resources and to promote harmonization. Thirdly, procedural requirements, whether it be use requirements or incorporation requirements for freshwater governance, are really onerous. Most countries, most CWTRs do have recognized livelihood uses, but these are typically burdened by permit requirements that limit the duration of these rights, as well as communities' ability to lawfully use fresh water. So these trends need to be reversed alongside domestic use permit requirements. Fourthly, some of the rights most essential to communities' ability to protect their territorial waters are seldom recognized. Internal rulemaking and planning rights are typically recognized, but then this is undercut by communities' inability to use these internal rules and enforce them against external actors that threaten freshwater resources that they depend on for their very survival. Transboundary due process has also performed poorly. So we need to increase the recognition and realization of these rights. But at the same time, our analysis shows that there are several legal entitlements that are commonly legally recognized and that communities need support in actually enforcing. These include due process and compensation in the domestic context, exclusion rights, and internal dispute resolution rights. And last, but certainly not least, laws regulating community-based freshwater tenure are typically gender blind. Of the 4 threshold questions in our framework, the threshold question on women's rights receives the least protection. It's the poorest performer. And this is extremely problematic for a number of reasons. Firstly, I'll just say, gender-neutral laws aren't actually effective in terms of helping women to realize their resource rights. This is proven. So we know that no law regulating any natural resource should be gender blind. This analysis is very ambitious. We collect a lot of information and it can be scaled up and applied in many ways. In the long term, like our other tenure tracking analyses, we will update the analysis to cover more countries, thereby tracking legislative progress and setbacks over time. We will also create follow-up analyses that take a deeper dive into specific elements of the methodology. We will strategically disseminate the analysis to increase acceptance of the concept of community-based freshwater tenure, foster data-driven advocacy, and influence policy decisions and international guidance on community resource tenure. We'll develop specific tools that disseminate our data for particular stakeholders so they can promote community freshwater rights within their frames of reference and influence. And we'll also build bridges and foster collaboration among stakeholders working in the water, forest, land, gender, and other related sectors. We're very, very excited about this work, and I'm happy to share it with you today and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Now we turn to our judges. To ask the presenters a few very short comments or questions. Let me first, since last time we went from the other way, let's first let me turn to Dirk to start off, please.
Thank you very much.
Can you hold the microphone?
One question each to the presenters. Thank you very much for the inspiring presentations. So first to Kenneth Aro. My question would be, you're talking about, as part of your project, the administration of survey instruments to determine the public opinion. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, the survey, like I stated in the presentation, is one of the models. Like we have the experimental model, we also have the survey instrument. Now we're going to part of the reconnaissance survey that will be undertaken at the commencement of the study will actually involve development of a questionnaire, a structured questionnaire, and then that structured questionnaire will be done in such a way to include. To make sure that we have various components of it that reflect gender-based just social inclusion, because we wouldn't want to deny any person or respondents the opportunity of giving us information about the perception of consuming sachet water and possibly the discernible health effects that they are experiencing as a result of that. Then we will make sure that that is why it's called structured. It's structured in such a way that we have components for the state of origin, the ethnicity, and also issue that has to do with health, and then occupational disposition. So all these things will be done so that we'll get a fair balance of the society in a way as to reflect social inclusion in what we're going to do. And that will actually create room for that human rights-based components in the approach.
Thank you very much. The next question goes out to Eva Manzano. If I understand you correctly, you will help the Colombian government to implement Decree 1898. That's part of, I think, what you, if I understood correctly, will do, which seems to advocate alternative solutions. My question would be, whether that decree endorses the human rights approach, which means you will also endorse it when helping to implement. And secondly, whether I imagine the situation correctly by saying, so the Colombian government has approached you and they said that Decree 1898 requires them to do certain things, but they don't have the resources and the money to do so. So you're asking you to do it. And then it would be interesting to learn then whether they are also asking you to, if I may say this quite directly, to then get external funding to help the Colombian government to implement a requirement that they already have. Sorry to be maybe a bit blunt, but just to understand the situation. And the third question goes to Stephanie Keen. This is very exciting for me, the topic also as the others. Have you thought to what extent does your model also include local laws? If you think about legal pluralism and the fact that some of those indigenous communities may have their own understanding of how nature and water interact with the law. And I understand that your approach wants to look at these particular situations. To what extent is it able to do so? And then wouldn't it depend more on what the very local and specific conditions and the local understanding of the law and how are you integrating that into your model?
Should I go first? Thank you for the question. Let me clarify a little bit, because when they put together this decree 1898, they recognized the possibility of implementing these solutions, which before it wasn't on their, it wasn't regulated. And within that policy, they also include an area that says we need to keep providing technical assistance to communities, because now it's not that us as the government are going to come with the infrastructure. We're going to provide an initial solution, but because they are household water treatment technologies that have like a lifespan or 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, then it's up to the communities to proper maintain and change those technologies over time. So the technical and the policy was there. The problem is like when they started thinking about how to put it into practice, they realized that, first of all, they were lacking internal capacity in understanding what were these solutions and how to implement them successfully. Because in Colombia, there has been a lot of presence of these options, but there has been the implementation way more linked to emergency response, like there has been a flooding, a displacement, but not as a middle-term, longer-term solution. So they realized that they were like every day almost coming people to their ministry office, knocking at the door, promoting X technology, and they really didn't know if it was appropriate for a certain context. So they need that technical assistance. And then also they needed support on how to implement it in a way that is sustainable. So that's where we as COTS can provide that technical advice, but it's not up to us to implement it. It will be the local offices of the government that will be implementing these type of solutions with their own internal budgets. The problem is also that there is normally budget for the infrastructure component, but the software component is still the question that they haven't found the money to do so. So we're here to help, but we also need to find where the money is going to come from.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Stephanie, a short response, please. No.
Thanks for your question. Several thoughts in response. First, there are, like I said, many countries have multiple CWTRs. What our analysis allows us to do is to capture a very specific local situation of Indigenous peoples and local communities, and to say what their specific rights are. And that includes whether their specific customary rights are legally recognized in formal law. Second, what you can do with this analysis, and what we're actually planning on doing in a pilot exercise next year in Liberia, is to distill the findings into a form that is most resonant and usable for local communities, so that they can then say, this is what my customary right is, this is how we use freshwater resources, and these are the gaps between what the law says and what I say my rights are, and what they've been for generations and generations to come. So this is something that can be used easily for a number of advocacy goals, but is they're very locally driven.
Thank you. So now let me turn to Murray to ask a few questions.
Sure, I'll just take time to ask two quick questions. Firstly, for Eva, I took from your presentation at the beginning, you talked about household water treatment interventions where users themselves could treat the water and protect themselves from bad quality water. However, as your presentation went on, I wasn't quite sure what type of technologies you were actually considering. And so just to clarify, are you talking about household water treatment, or are you actually talking about larger scale infrastructure to address the water quality issue? Then my second question is for Kenneth. My understanding from what you presented was you want to identify if the sachets themselves are safe in terms of the quality of the product and its interaction with the water, and then the impact of the storage systems. My question is, once you've identified potential problems there and you've changed the regulations, what effect will that actually have when you're looking at the relationship between regulations in Nigeria and levels of enforcement? Do you think changing the regulation will actually result in any change in reality on the ground? Those are my two questions. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, when we're looking at storing the water at different storage, keeping keeping the sachet water at different storage conditions, we looked at storing it at room temperature. We're also looking at exposing them to sunlight. Because of space constraints that most producers usually encounter, so they don't usually have enough space, so most of them are actually left in the open with the direct sunlight, hitting on the nylons. Now, we're trying to determine the relationship between the effect of sunlight as one of the storage conditions, and also the other one, which is at room temperature. Now, if we're able to come up with a very good relationship between what is actually causing that deterioration, because we realized from research that have been conducted in the past that some of the samples that are kept at room temperature, exposed to sunlight, deteriorated faster than those ones that are kept at room temperature. Now, we are trying to find out the relationship between sunlight and what is actually causing this. So that is why we are trying to find out from the carrying out chemical analysis of or characterization of the nylons to find out if through pore size characterization and porosity, if there are some information that we can get to suggest that there could be migrating contaminating agents when the temperature rises. Now, if we're able to pull through with this process at the end of the pilot program, then we will be able to be making an informed recommendations, which will be used for policy recommendation. And if we're able to push that further, that can actually inform regulation revision. And then we know fully well that just as most countries are not taking serious commitment in terms of providing access to water and sanitation. So we will continue through our advocacy and then, all the necessary sensitization processes that we can do, and using NGOs in order to drive home this message to government on the need to actually revise the regulation on the acceptable method of storing this sachet water in order to guarantee safety of consumers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your question. So in this case, we're talking about household water treatment as a solution, not as the only solution. We recognize that pipe system and centralized systems are needed and are the best option, but household water treatment can be a complementary solution when in two cases. First of all, in those cases where the existing systems are not reliable, you can trust on them because there is not good treatment or they are cut off or things like that, or because there needs to be some transportation. So there are studies that prove that water gets contaminated again. So to make sure that the water people are drinking are safe, putting that treatment at the point of consumption is important. Also, because there are places where they're not going to have a centralized system, so that will be an alternative when you have a well or rainwater to make sure that you have a safe drinking water at the end. And in terms of which particular technologies we promote, the fact is like we do not promote any particular technology. What we do is help the institutions in the government and NGOs to identify what are the local conditions, what are the water characteristics, and based on that, trying to choose what will be the most applicable technologies for the particular context.
Thank you very much. Now, let me turn to Raya.
Okay, so I'll be very fast because most of the questions I had were already asked. But I have a question to the case in Nairobi. I was wondering, because the problem comes from the groundwater and river pollution, and so is there some governmental measures to try to prevent or reduce this pollution, so you also solve the need to use these water sachet for the people? And I have a question for Stephanie. I was wondering, because as I understood, your study for the moment was only a desk study, so you were using the laws to see how the laws are recognizing the rights of the communities. But what about communities existing and having customary laws and habits that are not recognized by a law. How do you make the link with this, or what's happening? And are the national laws recognizing the human right to water not enough to advocate for the implementation of the human right to water for the members of the communities individually? You need to have this right also. You need to advocate for the right of the community itself, or advocating also using an existing recognized law, either in the constitution or in the water law or whatever, to advocate for the human right to water of the individuals, and then it will be for the communities.
Before you respond, because of the time constraints, let me open just 2 questions from the floor. Then we will have the final round of responses from the panel. Is there anybody who would like to ask any question to the panel? Yes. Can we get a microphone? Oh, you have a microphone, yes.
Hi, my name is Hisai Saito. I'm a representative of educational NGO for sustainability called Juventum. And I have a question to Ms. Eva Manzano. And from your presentation, I took it that it's good to try to have a standard to be universal, but a solution to be locally contextualized. And I completely agree with that. And from your, then you seem to have a very concrete situation and approach in mind. And in your observation so far, in your situation, what is acceptable? Because when you see the water, whether that is toxic or just turbid and brown and bad taste, and we don't know the situation in Colombia. So if you can explain what is the status like? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more question, anybody? Okay, gentleman in the back.
My question is for the 10-year presentation. So my name is Peter Oxen. I'm from WIPO Green here in the house. Now, the 10-year debate on water is extremely complex, of course, because some situations it'll be highly regulated, and other situations probably not at all. But there are some there's a very old and very thorough debate on land tenure, of course, which I'm sure you know very well, about regulated commons, unregulated commons, customary systems, and community management of land. So as land, as I saw on one of your slides, or from one of your conclusions, is also very limited or very linked to the extraction and where you use the water also. So I was wondering, from the work that you do, how much could you actually base it on this debate that has been going on in land tenure in order to expand that to water, or maybe build on these initiatives, of which there has been many in many countries, in order to make tenure reforms, and then building on the land reforms, and then expand that into associated water resources? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now let me turn to the presenters for final response. 1 minute each. Who would like to start? Okay, Kenneth. Oh, Stephanie.
Just to respond to your question, like I said in my presentation, we have 4 existing tenure tracking databases, global databases tracking qualitative and quantitative data on the status of land and forest tenure for communities. And our absolute aim is to build upon the power of community land tenure and to link this to the potential power of community freshwater tenure. Many of the community-based water tenure regimes that we've identified because of the land-water nexus, there are actual corresponding tenure regimes on the land and forest side. And so what we will now have for many of the countries featured in our database is a very comprehensive set of data that's interlinked, that speaks to each other, and that covers community freshwater rights, community land rights, community forest rights, and the specific rights of indigenous and rural women. So yes, that is part of our objective, and we're very excited to be a stronger participant in tenure-oriented discourse going forward. Rhea, you asked, what if laws don't recognize customary rights? If that's the case, that will be portrayed in our findings table. You'll be able to look and see which community-based water tenure regimes do include customary water rights under the law and which do not. And then communities can use that information to advocate for the recognition of their customary freshwater rights. You also asked basically whether or not individual rights are enough. And certainly I would say with respect to Indigenous peoples and local communities that hold rights collectively, they're not enough. Unfortunately, it's wonderful that most countries recognize the human right to water under their national laws, but we see so many procedural requirements for even domestic use, for livelihood uses. And the reality is that communities hold resources as a community, collectively. So they are not able to actually effectuate their customary uses and to exercise the human right to water and sanitation if those rights that are collective, are community-based, are not also recognized.
Yeah, trying to respond to the question, where is the pollution coming into the sachet water? Yes, we do know, yes, that water, like if you've gone through my presentation, you notice that at a point I gave the background on the international standards. We have WHO standards that should actually should be there in order for water to meet that requirement for quality purposes. Now, we have seen that inside that sachet water, when you carry out your total heterotrophic bacteria count, you are expected to have the maximum limit that WHO has set there should be 1 × 10⁻², colony forming unit per mil. Now, what that means is that water can actually exist in that form in a situation where you can have some organisms in them. And then don't forget too that there are some other physiochemical properties that may be inherent inside that water, which of course, if you now subject them to certain storage conditions, because of the changes in the atmospheric weather conditions, it could actually accentuate some of those components to come up or to go down. Now, if you have them in such a manner that you carry out analysis and then they comply with WHO standard, which is 1 × 10⁻², colony forming unit per mil, then it means that that water is good. And it has also passed through some form of sterilization techniques. But of course, there's some water, in looking at the coliform count, it is expected that there should be no presence of Escherichia coli inside that water for it to meet that quality requirement. Then, before we carry out that analysis, we will also need to do this pre-storage analysis to be able to establish the baseline before we can proceed. Now, if that same coliform level shouldn't also be more than 3, it shouldn't be more than 3. When you analyze 100 mils of water, that coliform should not exceed 3. At least if it should, let it not pass 4 colony forming unit per 100 mil. So that is why you may definitely have to see some organisms in the water. It doesn't necessarily mean that that reflects bad quality water. It could be in a state where it will still comply with WHO requirements. And then, but of course, it will be guided by the fact that a baseline has been established before commencing your study, so that at the end of the day, you know whether is it increasing or is it decreasing. But of course, based on some other components in the water, which are some maybe physiochemical in nature, when there are variations in temperature and then pressure and other physicochemical properties, there may be some variations in the bacterial load. Thank you.
Thank you. Take the other microphone.
Regarding your question about water quality, where is the situation in Colombia and what is the minimum, I feel like the situation in terms of water quality in Colombia, it doesn't change compared to other countries, at least as far as I've seen. You find microbiological being a main concern. In some areas of the country, chemical contamination is also significant due to mining and other industrial activities. There are even parts of the country where salt is a huge problem. So based on that, depending on the area you're working, you need to look at what solutions you have. It's obvious that if you're looking at low-cost technologies, there are some situations like high concentrations of salt that are very hard to remove with simple technologies. But even like with remote osmosis systems are difficult to applicate in those contexts because are hard to maintain, etc. So there are cases that your best option in terms of what your inner water is probably look for an alternative water source, like rainwater potentially. But in terms of what the quality of water you're looking for at the end, and so people are drinking that water, you're looking at the standards of the country or the most close to that at least microbiological is 0 and people can drink that water, right? Because you can get potentially at the same levels as a centralized system, but knowing at the same time that centralized systems don't always meet the standards either. So we need to be realistic trying to meet as best as we can the standards marked by the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have heard 3 very different presentations on the projects. One on building scientific evidence on water quality, and one focusing on local capacity building, and another on legal analysis. But all 3 of them share something in common, that they're all looking at key elements of human rights to water sanitations. And when it comes to indigenous people, they have a special feature that there has to be a strong focus on self-determination, free and informed consent, which means that you really need to focus on the ground-up local actions and looking at specificity and involving the people into the solutions and listening to them, which all of you have been addressed. So I don't envy the task of the judges, but regardless of the outcome, I wish you all in continuing your excellent work, and please give a round of applause to the presentators.
Thank you very much to our presenters, judges, and our moderator, Rio. The theme for our next session is refugees and migrants. Our moderator is Rakia Turner from WaterLex.
Good morning. We're in the home stretch here, so just bear with us as we I'd like to go ahead and call the next presenters to the stage. Please take your seats. But to just set the stage as we begin this session dedicated to refugees and migrants, I'd like to express that we have an explicit call in the SDGs for the facilitation of orderly, safe, and responsible migration and mobility of people. Just as the 2030 Agenda is applicable to all countries, developing and developed alike, we see the impact of displacement affecting all corners of the globe. This includes the issue of access to water and sanitation, where in 2018 we saw multiple joint statements on this matter from UN special rapporteurs, such as the call on the government of France to provide safe drinking water and sanitation services for migrant and asylum seekers who were living in tents without toilets and washing themselves in polluted rivers or lakes. Or the call in relation to the migrant caravan from Central America destined to the United States, confirming that states have to take all necessary measures to ensure the human rights to migrants traveling in caravans are fully protected as they confront humanitarian challenges such as those linked to serious shortages of water and sanitation, among others. In our quest to leave no one behind, we should also recall that the human rights to water and sanitation is a right of everyone without discrimination. A right to be realized and protected regardless of one's status as refugee or migrant. But we also have to remember, in fact, it's exactly this status which calls for special attention to be given to ensure their access to water and sanitation under international human rights law. Beyond the identification as refugee or migrant, many displaced persons find their predicament is further exacerbated on account of them belonging to a marginalized group. Thus, it's important in the human rights context not to view refugees as a homogeneous group. We have to make sure, as we seek to leave no one behind, that we must look to the special needs of subgroups such as refugee and migrant women and girls. Often displaced persons find themselves in areas already experiencing fragility, which may stem from tenuous security in conflict areas or existing environmental degradation, such as water scarcity. All of this which serves to spur conflict over resources between the population of concern and the host communities. Given the protracted nature of many situations of displacement, generating new and innovative technologies is not only an opportunity to find sustainable solutions for water access for refugees and migrants, but it's also an opportunity to alleviate existing pressures and challenges of resource access in host communities. As well, it's an opportunity to alter their viewpoint and have them see the influx of migrants or refugees as one that can be correlated to positive development of infrastructure and resources. So with this idea of procuring innovation for access to safe water and sanitation in relation to displaced persons, we have two dynamic presentations this morning that touch upon these topics of special needs of migrant women and girls, as well as the benefits of utilizing innovation for water use in areas of hosting refugees. We will continue to have the presentations consecutively and then open it up for questions by the judges in the audience. So first up, we have Dr. Nidhi Nagabatala. Dr. Nagabatala is a natural systems science specialist and a geospatial analyst with nearly 20 years of research and work experience. She's currently program officer at the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment, and Health, and an adjunct professor of the School of Geography and Earth Science at McMaster University in Ontario, Canada. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And thank you, WaterLex, for providing us the stage to talk about this new and emerging water migration nexus. And I'm very delighted to talk about our collaborative initiative with the government of DRC, the initiative which we haven't launched, but we'll be launching on the World Water Day, but is an offshoot of that. And with 1 year of deliberations on how to prioritize the water, energy, food nexus, we thought that missing out on gender in this conflict-ridden area would be a big oversight. And with that understanding, we thought of expanding our collaborations and leveraging some more fund to insert and embed gender in our activities, which are about to start. And so I'm representing a team of three to begin with. Dr. Rafael is heading the Congo Basin Water Resource Center, CREBA, and University of Kinshasa, and Pantia Porman is a researcher working jointly from McMaster University, expert in public health and gender, working with both the institutions, UNUNWA and Caribao. So a sort of a good collaborative co-development initiative. And maybe I can manage more. A bit of a context on the problem identification. In terms of diagnosis, I mean, it is common knowledge that the Central African region, specifically DRC, is dealing with a suite of problems. Human security is big on the international development discourse. stabilizing populations, bringing them to safety. But amid all this, WASH issues is something that's also kind of showing up high in the list of tasks to do, and gaps and needs to be taken into account as the international development agencies are trying to follow and adapt a LRRD approach, which is a sort of a new thinking, linking relief and rehab with development. And in terms, as Congo River Basin is the largest, one of the largest in the sub-Saharan Africa, provisioning around 77 million people, the state of affairs in WASH is not so bright. 2 among 5 people don't have access to basic water needs, and 1 among 5 to basic sanitation. While our umbrella project will be looking into the big nexus of gender, water, climate, conflict, and migration, that of course, through a larger funding source through Government of Canada International Affairs, we are also trying to build a parallel line of intervention to gender-related development planning, building a community of practice, trying to build an advocacy, and also kind of build a database and knowledge base to see that things go hand in hand along with policy reforms in the water sector, in climate change adaptation, and conflict resolution. So gender and migration is also pretty much part of this larger equation. And why do I say so? Because water-related crises and conflicts are now listed among the main drivers of human displacement in the region. And I'll not go into details, happy to discuss in a parallel discussion. So what do we plan to do here is to see that we have a gender-focused activities on WASH and MHM, which we do see as a basic sort of a basic ingredient in United Nations Resolution 64-92, the human rights to water and sanitation, and is often overlooked when the main issue in hand is human security, conflict resolution, and bringing back peace. So having, with that background, we are trying to use existing, we are not going to create more knowledge, data, and information, but we are going to aggregate and package them for knowledge building, capacity development, and dissemination through the community of practice that will be established by the larger umbrella project. So the part 1 is knowledge synthesis, which is already ongoing, but will focus on MHM and WASH, given the funding leveraging other financial sources, perhaps through this intervention or others. And then we'll package it into a different kind of modules. And as part 2 of that, this is more of a kind of a knowledge synthesis part, and part 2 is a kit. In this kit, we are going to disseminate this kit through an e-learning interface. And this e-learning interface is a mixed tool approach, where we already have in plan to have series of MOOCs, webinars, stakeholder consultations on ground with CBOs, community-based organizations. And we want to have a sort of a multi-phased e-learning module, which is meant for a variety of stakeholders. So a complex or a more policy-oriented taught or training of the training taught one for the policy stakeholders, and for the ground level stakeholders about techniques, innovations in WASH and MHM that can be easily scaled, that can be easily implemented and adopted. I'll give a very specific example in here. So we are also negotiating on the sidelines a partnership with social entrepreneurship initiative in Africa, AfriPads. So they will help us in using some new innovative techniques in MHM. This is one example, but there are several other discussions in parallel going on, wherein we can source data, we can source information, and we can source existing knowledge to build up this knowledge dissemination activity. The collaborations with stakeholder is key to this. As a foreign agency, as a UN agency, we do have some advantages, but we want local ownership, we want co-development, and we want long-term sustainability. So we already have a set of researchers from University of Kinshasa, public health researchers, hydrologists and social scientists to form a group who will then see how do we package our product, what sensitivities apply in terms of cultural, linguistics, and so on and so forth. And very overarching to this intent, to this activity, this proposal is our prime target to see that we are able to influence implementation of sustainable development goals. And given that WASH and MHM primarily falls into the bucket of SDG 6, but seeing the response that we got on SDG 6 synthesis report lately, we need to take into account that WASH and MHM moves beyond the domain of SDG 6. We are able to marry it with SDG 5, SDG 3, SDG 11, SDG 16 on partnerships, and perhaps SDG 17 on collaborations. So I think handling MHM and WASH issues in isolation will not go a long way. This is our sort of understanding that we're going to move on with. We'll embed this thinking also in the teaching or learning modules that we'll develop. And we are not, in terms of cultural sensitivities, we recognized after 1 year of linking with the stakeholders on ground, given the security, given the sensitive situation in the region, we are supposed to package our content in a very, very nuanced manner, to be able to use that terminology, to be able to use those words that are able, that are neutral, that helps in consensus building, but not provocation. So maybe instead of saying that using the worst terminologies like sex, disaggregated data collection, we are approaching it with like building community resilience, where each stakeholder has a perceptive mapping, or maybe just doing a bit of a thinking on how to present this very sensitive issue in a conflict-ridden area. And we are being held by a series of researchers who specialize in gender knowledge, and we are partnering with the UNESCO group and the water and gender using their water and gender toolkit. So in terms of results, we'll have a comprehensive database on what kind of technologies, innovative tools do exist. We are going to put them into a database, which will then distribute to stakeholders. And then we are also going to have a small atlas on visualizing this using GIS tools. So we can study where the stakeholders can use that as a policy support tool in identifying gaps and needs. Where should funds be channelized, which area, which communities, or which stakeholder groups are more vulnerable than others. Based on that, we'll try to prototype e-learning module with 3 selected communities, one in the one in using a basin scale thinking, one in the upstream, one in downstream. Those communities are selected in the order that they have a sort of a distributed population, mainstream population, and migratory population. And 1/3 community will be Maboro pastoralist. That's like transhumans that move along the Congo basin with their livestock and along the water sources. So when droughts are persisting, then water sources are drying up. They are changing their cultural migration routes, which is causing conflict with mainstream population. So we are going to identify our communities that are representative, and long-term follow-up will be carried out by the Umbrella Project in terms of seeing that if we have a good outcomes and impact indicators to measure knowledge transfer, and how have we influenced WASH and gender-related goals and targets. And this is pretty much that we all know them by heart now. So this is primarily our approach to at least influence these set of targets, but as we go and learn, we can always expand our area of influence. Well, in terms of scaling up, this was a very interesting thinking when we were putting this slide together. We do reckon that this is a complex issue, especially with migratory populations. They are moving across boundaries which transcend beyond national borders. So in terms of provisioning them with WASH and MHM services, it needs to be across a transboundary approach or some kind of a thinking that goes beyond the national territorial thinking. And we are trying to leverage some sort of some impact from the upsurge of mobile technology in the region and how this mobile technology is being used by different international development agencies, either for fund distribution or tracking the routes of migrations per se. So maybe we on the long term, by using this e-learning module as a sample or an experience, we plan to generate an app at least for people who are on the grid. And through the larger impact, we plan to at least target influencing 5 million people around and across the basin in 3 countries. This is over 3 years, but this 6 months, if we focus on this gender-based activity, it gives us a reference to scale it, maybe leveraging other sources of funding in the future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that enlightening presentation. Next, we have Ms. Bercho Yazici.
Resources, we need to widely apply fit-for-purpose reuse as it provides a reliable and cost-effective solution to meet the growing demands. And in that sense, greywater reuse is an alternative because it requires minimal treatment and it can be used also for irrigation. So the aim of my project is to apply greywater reuse in a temporary accommodation center in Turkey by involving refugees, which is a very vulnerable group, as you can imagine, and so that they gain knowledge and experience in using an alternative source of water for irrigation. So here you can see the list of activities within the project time. First of all, we will of course get the necessary permissions from the Ministry of Interior of Turkey, which is the responsible body for the safety of temporary protection centers. So once the TRC is selected, we will conduct an analysis on biological, physical, and chemical characteristics of greywater sources within the facility, which are wash basin, sinks, and showers, to see if these sources are fit to use for irrigation. And in parallel, we will select the plants, and we will also determine the planting schedule with local experts. So following that, we will provide a basic training on water sanitation and hygiene. This deemed necessary because we have information that the refugees that are residing currently in temporary accommodation centers have limited knowledge on WASH too. So we thought that it's better to provide them with the basics of WASH at first. So this will be done with the contributions of International Agricultural Cooperation Organization, which is actually an NGO. And they mainly implement agricultural and livestock projects inside Syria, in liberated areas, actually, with the help of local experts and engineers. So this is a group that is also legally registered in Turkey, and we thought that including them to the project will provide huge support to us, not only in preparing the training materials, but also in facilitating the communication with the refugees. So between months 4 and 6, we will construct the greywater pipeline and add an oil and grease separator and a basic filtration unit if deemed necessary. And we will finally construct the raised bed to plant the crops in it. So following that, we will provide the second training to the refugees, which will be on basics of greywater use and crop growth with greywater. And finally, we will observe the efficiency of greywater use for plant growth and define the bottlenecks, and also observe the perception towards the use of greywater reuse by refugees before and after trainings are provided. And then all of these will be gathered in an outcome report. So with regards to activities and with regards to human rights to water and sanitation, this project offers grey water reuse as an alternative source of water. So in that sense, it suggests a simple solution or a simple step to close the water cycle gap and thereby addresses the availability, acceptability, affordability, and quality issues within human rights because it will reduce the amount of wastewater going to the water bodies, and people will be able to use less water for irrigation that's coming from the tap. So freshwater resources will be protected as well. But in addition to that, we are considering to engage stakeholders from the outset of the project, especially refugees. And our main aim is to add value to them through trainings on wash and reuse, but they will be also able to observe the crop growth and all of the installation processes as well while we are conducting the research. So they will be actually involved at each process and they can actually learn from this process, and once they go back their home, they can actually apply it. So in addition to field research, we will also conduct some desk research investigating the deficiencies and barriers in current legislations to find out why grey water reuse is not widely applied. And our aim is to come up with some solutions to facilitate extensive use of grey water. So finally, the results. Well, we will not only, as I said before, we will not only focus on technical aspects of grey water reuse within the project, but also on social acceptance. With regards to technical results, we will first of all identify if grey water is really qualified to use for irrigation and how can we improve its quality so that it can be efficiently applied for irrigation. We will of course check the soil quality before and after water is applied. One of the aims of this project is, maybe I should return back to the previous slide. On the right-hand side, you can see a small diagram, what I'm trying to achieve with this project. So water will come from different sources to the raised beds, and I am planning to divide the raised bed into two. So on one side, I will only irrigate the crops with on the grey water, and on the other side, I will alternate it with fresh water. Because as I was doing my desk research, I have found out that some of the chemicals can interfere with soil quality in the end. So it will be wise to observe what's happening in both cases. So with regards to social acceptance of grey water reuse, we will observe perception towards use of grey water by getting feedback from refugees. And this will be done before and after the trainings, so we can have some surveys face-to-face. And also, as I mentioned before, we will scrutinize current policies on water reuse to define the deficiencies and barriers. So again, stakeholder engagement is key to the success of this project because we need their feedback in order to come up with an efficiently applicable model for grey water reuse in the end. So to scale this project up, well, we can expand the study to rural communities actually in least developed and developing countries by studying low-cost grey water reuse applications, such as building lagoons or using solar disinfection, and trying to achieve this as feasible as we can do, so without pump use and so on. And we can also study, apart from irrigation purposes, we can study if it can be used for toilet flushing as well or other purposes as well. So the main aim here is to come up with tailor-made solutions that can meet the needs of each community. So we can extend the study eventually from grey water use to rainwater harvesting in areas where no water is available. And finally, to reuse of treated wastewater as well. That will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm going to ask the judges to choose the top burning question you have and ask it, and time permitting, we'll allow for further. But starting with Raya, please.
Okay, two quick questions. For the first presenter on the Congo case, I didn't understand who you want to address with your e-model, and I didn't understand how is the kit you're going to develop will improve the WASH and MHM condition of the migrants. And perhaps I ask the second question. I was wondering if the refugees are already undertaking crop production, or is it a new activity you would like to create for them? Then I was surprised in your last slide, you're saying you will expand from grey water use to rainwater harvesting and then to treated wastewater, because rainwater harvesting is already accepted, very much accepted. And I know from communities in the Middle East, it existed traditionally. So I think it comes first before grey water reuse. When there's no need to convince communities to rainwater harvesting, it's already in there.
Okay, Dr. Nabalata.
Okay, so the thing is that we want to address the communities, but we will first have to identify champions. So first we'll build that community of practice of champions. They go back to the community and they will talk to the migrant communities, because there are sensitivities that apply, and they will be the leaders who will carry the messaging on the ground. But we'll train them on the basics of what is feasible, what are the technologies, what is the understanding, what are the kind of rights, and what are the kind of the human right dimension in WASH and MHM. So basically, we will be training the community health managers or leaders and associated stakeholders at the community level, and they go and do the rest on the ground directly with the migrant communities. That's how that model came from the ground, so that we have to follow it.
Thank you for your question. The application of grey water reuse in temporary protection centers in Turkey is not applied at all. This will be a first case if I get the project. But there is a greenhouse in one of the provinces in Turkey. So near a protection center, they have built actually a greenhouse where refugees can grow crops, but not on grey water, with fresh water. On your second question, I was not trying to convince people on using rainwater harvesting. These technologies are already there. Grey water reuse is there, rainwater harvesting is there, and treated wastewater is already being reused in some of the countries, and most of the industries actually apply these kind of processes. But my aim is to apply these processes widely, worldwide, especially in least developed and developing countries, so that we can actually protect freshwater resources, because we use most of the water in household bases, and we lose this water to waste. Actually, grey water is mixed with black water, and when you mix them, you have to treat a huge amount of wastewater daily. So what I'm trying to achieve here is to separate black water from grey water, and to come up with maybe policies that can support this, and actually widely apply grey water use worldwide.
Murray?
Sure. Just one question here on the grey water reuse. I think you had a very well thought through presentation there, but one thing I was missing was on the crop production. Have you given some thinking to the type of crops that you would produce? And then in terms of the scale up, I would have thought the first step for scale up would be within the refugee camps in Turkey before going broadly elsewhere. Thanks.
Okay, with regards to the crops that's to be grown with grey water, we know grey water is quite alkaline, so the soil will get alkaline, so we need to grow crops that are persistent to alkaline water. So mainly we can grow shrubs like strawberries, but another important part here is that they shouldn't touch the ground, so that they shouldn't get contaminated with grey water, just in case anything happens with regards to health issues. And your second question was? Next step. Well, yes, of course, we can apply it widely in Turkey to other temporary protection centers, but the cases, they are temporary. So last year we had over 20 temporary accommodation centers within Turkey, but this year the number dropped to 13. So maybe we can apply it to other countries in refugee camps, but I don't know if it would be feasible to apply it widely in Turkey. And Turk.
Very much. First question goes to Nidhi Nagar-Butler. In your project outline, when being asked about the human rights approach in your project, you quite extensively talked about SDG 5 and 6. My question is, what is your understanding about the relationship of the human right to water and SDG 6? The second question goes to Boko Ziki, and the question is, and you're mentioning in your outline that Turkey holds the largest number of refugees in the world with over 3.9 million. So this is, of course, a challenge in itself. Yet, my question would be, to what extent, when you write about the very limited awareness, I hope I quote it correctly, and knowledge of refugees with regard to water and wastewater management, so to speak, damaging of water taps, dumping of large objects into sewers, etc., and that education should be provided, an opportunity to convey and apply their learnings once they return to their home country. Then my question is, to what extent is this, do you think, and from your observation and your empirical work, a lack of knowledge and training on the one hand, and to what extent do you think it might be due to lack of certain deficiencies in the refugee camps, which should first and primarily be remedied in terms of the way they are equipped and, this is there. And secondly, when people go back from war-torn societies like Syria, and they come back hoping that they will only come back once the situation is more to what it was before they fled, where they may need some of the training, but maybe some of it not, because depending if you live in a big city and, if the things have work again, then, well, I would probably not know a lot about these things, and I may not need it then once you go back in that situation. So that relationship, that would be very interesting for me to learn more about. Thanks.
I'm going to start with just saying that SDG 6 and Resolution 64, sorry about the number, human rights to water and sanitation are complementary. In fact, a lot of underlining thinking in SDG 6 is derived from it. It encompasses the human rights resolution, encompasses indigenous aspects, it encompasses gender aspects to a fair extent, if I may, and it encompasses qualitative and quantitative indicators about how much water should be delivered, the quality of water, very, very specifically. So in the way I think it's very mutually enforcing both these global thinking paradigms. Coming back to SDG, the human right resolution is also, if I may take the advantage of saying legally binding, since it's a resolution, to a good extent is legally binding, but some countries have done better than others in embedding and inserting it in their water laws. In DRC, contextualizing the information to DRC, they started initiating a new water law for contemporary water problems and crises in 2007. 10 years down the lane, they have, in 2017, they finally finalized it. And I think it does reflect a bit upon human rights to water and sanitation, and also SDG 6. So it's a very good time to influence a joint thinking into policy reforms, not just in the water sector, but also on the sectors that apply in that bigger nexus of water, climate change adaptation, and gender. So our as a UN agency, our thing is to kind of lobby for a larger policy reform, but work in tandem with local and regional researchers, so they become our voice. And so I think these projects are primarily the trigger, and a kind of they chart the pathway to bring that larger change and transformative change. I would rather say that in a nutshell.
It's true that around 3.6 million refugees are currently residing in Turkey, but only 200,000 of them resides in temporary accommodation centers. So the number is quite low who are residing in accommodation centers. So I don't have the exact data for the refugees that are in temporary protection centers, but I believe that they come from a very poor background. So once they return back, it might be possible that they are going back to rural areas as well. So I thought it might be useful to provide all the data.
Okay, thank you. So in the interest of time, we'll take 2 questions from the audience. Do we have any questions? Yes, sir.
Okay. Regarding the project with the gray water reuse, I was wondering if you are planning some kind of training during the operation of the system regarding contamination issues, if there is any identification of pipes saying, like, for example, not drinking water, things that like of that sort that are kind of standard in this type of systems. Because if we think at a longer term, things, we could get many sources of possible contamination. So have you thought of anything regarding that? And as well, is going to be any water quality control, any exam and analysis or anything? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Well, yes, of course, we are thinking of surveying the water quality throughout the whole project, as well as soil quality. But we are not thinking of including them in the training that we are going to provide to the refugees, because it will be too much to bother them with. So we will just provide them with the basics, make the training as simple as possible so that they can understand the really basics of grey water reuse. But on the other side, on the technical side, we will, of course, monitor the results.
Yes.
Hello, this is to Ms. Yazgi. Correct me if I'm wrong, you work for some kind of governmental institutes in Turkey. The question is, the Turkish government, and I'm not trying to talk politics here, technology and techniques, the Turkish government had already prepared a huge piece of land before 2011 and prepared so many things. So the question is, why they had waited all this time, try to use the grey water? And if you say most of the people are from rural areas, and as we know that Syria has always been a sufficient feeding country for its own people, so these people are professional farmers, why not they just, instead of being in a tent, use their energy to feed themselves in the right way, knowing that Turkey has taken the water of the Tigris and the Euphrates from everybody down the stream, and they have plenty of water. So it seems that your step, even though it's appreciable in the technical side of using grey water, but it's a little bit too much late, like it's too much late to repair the damage.
Thanks for the question. Within the temporary protection centers, they already have membrane filtration units to treat their wastewater, so they don't actually need anything else. But what we are trying to do here is to provide a very vulnerable group some training so that they can actually apply them once they return back home. So the idea was that.
Okay, so at the moment, we've run out of time, so apologies for that. But thank you so much for these enlightening presentations, and thank you to all the presenters this morning for the informative presentations and the contributions for the audience. And so we wish you a good lunch, and I give the floor back to Desmond.
Thank you. Thank you to our presenters and judges and our moderator, Rukia. Lunch is available in the cafeteria. Everybody enjoyed my directions to the cafeteria yesterday, so I'm going to do it again. So the directions to the cafeteria, downstairs, past the toilets, out the back door, turn right. You will find an elevator with a little sign on it that says press 0 to go to the cafeteria. That's how you get to the cafeteria. Thank you. Good question. If we could be back at, say, 1:25 for our 1:30 start. So we're going to restart at 1:30. Thank you. It's 1:30 or so perhaps we'll get started. Don't make me get angry. Yeah. Perhaps we can get started if we'd like to take our seats. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions. And I would like to introduce our judges, Dominique Bureau, the WMO Climate Water Department. He's the Chief of Basic Systems in Hydrology. Leisha Weimer, Women for Water Partnerships. And this session's theme is on youth, and it's moderated by Mohammed Wasif Bashir, Pakistan Youth Parliament for Water, Lindsay Aldako Manor, World Youth Parliament Water President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gauds. Thank you very much for the inviting on this stage. And hello, ladies and gentlemen. Very much good afternoon. So, as we know, this is the first Leave No One Behind summit being held in Geneva by the collective and joint venture of multiple stakeholders. As per the situation of universal human rights to water and sanitation, it's very important agenda for the nation, as well as because this is the main theme of UN Water 2019, Leave No One Behind. So when the matter of water, this is not the business of someone, some field, this is the business of everyone, and it needs the attention of everyone. So with the collective wisdom and joint venture, it is quite possible to achieve the global agenda to water and sanitation in its real-time framework. So I am quite happy that WaterLex and its partner has tried their best to include youth in this session and this summit, which is showing the extraordinary commitment of our seniors to ensure that youth is also part of this journey. So multiple stakeholders are working together, including the governments, donors, civil societies, youth, and here we have very good agenda of today, that youth and intergenerational dialogue is going to be done. So here we have Ms. Lindsay, the president of World Youth Parliament for Water, and she will tell us what the youth is doing globally and what is the vision. So I would like to hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Wasif. And on the global agenda for youth and leaving no one behind, these projects that are being presented, we're excited how they will impact the access to clean water for youth among the nations. But on the global agenda, we as a parliament will also be pushing to make notion of the decisions and the ideas of youth to be included in the decision-making processes. So before we begin and before I introduce our first speaker, I would like to propose a question for us all to think about. And to what degree are you willing to incorporate the ideas and the visions and the decisions of youth into your organizations, into your civil societies, and to your operations? Thank you. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first presenter, Dr. Jos Raphael. Dr. Jos is a social scientist and water sector professional for the past 24 years in Kerala state of India. He is the director of an NGO called District Rainwater Harvesting Mission of Chichur district for the last 10 years. He has worked as a local consultant for the International Water Management Institute in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and he is focused on implementation of groundwater recharge program through rainwater harvesting in and around Kerala state of India. Thank you so much.
Right, I'll start. Now, this is in fact, the second part of my the presentation. In fact, the first part really comes at 2 o'clock in the session. But anyway, this is the tail ender. Now, well, I work with district rainwater harvesting mission in my part of the state called Kerala, in the Thrissur district. What we do, we harvest roof rainwater, and that goes to the wells and the tube wells. So the water gets improved, the water level gets improved. So that's the whole story. Anyway, I'll come just directly to the fluoride mitigation from the water wells. Now, the problem is the fluoride in the drinking water above permissible levels from water wells. Now you see the picture of the map of India over there, in which some spots, hot spots are there. Whereas the Kerala, the part of the place I represent, is in the down below, at the end of the tip of the India, where we get a lot of rain, but it has got typical features. Now, let me come to okay. Now, I just introduced you what is a water well. Now, you see the picture of the water wells. Now, it's being dug under the Mahatma Gandhi Employment Guarantee Program by women. You can just see. Still, this is a process is going on. So the dug wells are very close to us. It's the major measure for our local water security. So this is just to show these are the wells we make use. Even I make use of the well water from my home. We got a homestead well. So we got, all right, I'll come to that. Okay, then let's see the map again, the Kerala, you can see the type of wells and well water. Now, the type of traditional water wells in Kerala, on the top, you'll see on the left side, this is a coastal well with rings, and the the plateau, that's again from the shallow aquifers. On the other side, you'll see a small pond kind of thing. In the coastal well, we make use of this kind of small ponds. People still make use of this kind of thing. We are not worried about the bacteriological contamination from these wells. And what we do, we boil the water to the 100 degrees Celsius for drinking purpose. So we didn't abandon the wells. Anywhere, many parts of the world abandoned the wells, but we didn't do that. Around 6.5 million wells are there in Kerala. So that's the most important part of water security. Now the problems are, in the summer season, you see in the down, the wells in the coastal wells, they get saline issues. In the middle, you see the groundwater table going down, there may not be enough water, and the small ponds getting dried up. And the climate change issues are there. So these are the main problems. Now the fluoride is a recent problem. Now, one well for each household, that's a typical pattern there. By and large, nowadays some reductions are there, but by and large, one well for each house. On the doorstep, we will have a well. That's one. Now, see the map of Kerala, it has got a coastal belt of 580 kilometers. It receives 3,000 millimeters of average annual rainfall. 6.5 million wells, I mentioned already, around for 7.5 million households. We're drawing water from unconfined aquifers, and the water level below ground level seen between 2 meters to 5 meters in the coast and between 5 to 20 meters in the midland plateaus and highlands. And we have got a better human development index, and social and education health sectors much improved. Now, this is just, I'm coming to the fluoride mitigation just after that, soon after this. Now, the water scarcity is one of the issue. The groundwater table depletion is the water quality issue, the saline ingress and iron content. So we make use this method. We harvest roof rainwater as well as surface runoff also. And that goes through a filter, then that leads to the dug well. So this way we are improving the groundwater. We are addressing the major issue by this method, groundwater recharging and well recharging. So the benefit is that the saline or the brine ingress and iron content events seem to reduced, and the saline reduction out of dilution happens, and whereas the iron reduction due to the aeration, when the water falls from the top to the bottom, some sort of aeration happens, then dissolved oxygen levels that improves. So because of that, this matters, and around 30,000 units of this kind of well recharging we ourselves have done for the past 10 years. We have been doing it for the past 10 years. Now the government has taken it up, they're scaling it up by their own. So now that's the situation. Now you can see the couple of pictures of the well recharging structure with filters and without filters. For the first rainwater flush, a couple of methods are the installation kind of thing. Then you can just show you the pictures. How the youth also is involved. I'll come to the youth a little later. See the teacher teaching about the water and sanitation kind of we see the installation and the structure. Why well recharging? The benefits I said already. It improves the groundwater table, better water quality, and the unit cost for this 1,000 square feet is about $150. That's the cost part. For 1,000 square feet under Indian condition, it costs about 1,000 for the 1,000 square feet, $150. Now, before and after well recharging, you see in the left side before well recharging, it has got the problem of iron content. You see the right side, the same well. You see the pipe over there. So you can see at least visibly the change in the appearance of the water at least. Now you see the saline ingress water before and after well recharging. So this improves a lot, and the people take it up by their own. They understand. Initially, we had a tough time because the people were not accepting the subject. Now, this is important slide where Hyben and Herzberg relation. It's a table from the geology. In fact, when the groundwater table in the coast belts goes down, the likelihood of the saline ingress to the coast is 1:40. It depends upon the density of the water, the saline water as well as the fresh water in the coastal belt. This it was relevant 100 years back for the Europe and America, but then you people had the wells, but still applicable for us because we have still the traditional wells. We now come to the point. Dental fluorosis in Kerala, we started to find this kind of issues, new emerging problem. For 8,000 children, approximately, we face in Kerala from a couple of districts, Alapi and Palakkad, we face this problem. This is from the government statistics. Now, we are trying to test pilot it. We are trying to see whether it will improve the fluoride level or not by making use of roof rainwater harvesting that comes to the filter methods. There's a filter, it has got the charcoal and the gravel, the sand pebble kind of thing. And through this layer, it comes to the well. And once here, what's happening is dilution, simple dilution. When the judge was talking about the New Zealand, it seems so, in the seasonal. So in the fluoride level, we expect that when the rainwater goes to the well, the fluoride level can be reduced by way of dilution. And not only for the dug wells, it can be made use for the tube well. You will see the filter chamber over there in the black kind of tank. And from that, there is a tube well below, and there is a chamber in which that the roof water will come, then it will go to the bore well. So we expect that we are going to pilot it if it is permitted, if it is granted. So it's a cost-effective solution. It's on site. So we need to have the water quality test before installing, before the rain, during the rain, after the rain. So 3 times in a year, we have to do this water quality test. So whether it improves or not, we need to understand. And you can see the picture of the wells, and so the water with the iron content as well as saline or the. Now, all this, we're trying to follow the HRB approach, treating at the source level in situ method. So sustainability, easy to
Dr.
install.
Joseph, one more minute.
Pardon?
One more minute.
Yeah. So all this part we take care, and we are trying to give in the demonstration models and public participation access to information. We are expecting to do that. Now, this is okay. Once we come to know the result, if it is positively proved, we can scale it up. Okay. We have been awarded by the Denmark agency, Water Air Food Award. I think many of the agencies, the water persons, they can apply for the award. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, one more forward, that is for the role of youth, I had mentioned about that. The role of the youth has got the role to give education at the grassroots level for the water and sanitation. That's a missing gap. Instead of doing the research and documentation, they should live in the rural area. The youth has got the role for the water and sanitation literacy level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Just. And our next speaker I'd like to introduce is Mr. Hisashi Saito. He's a representative of an educational NGO for sustainability to the UN office at Geneva and to the World Trade Organization, involved in issues concerning environment, climate change, sustainable development, and education. He is regularly attending UN conferences such as HRC, UNFCCC COPE, energy-related meetings of UNECE, and others. He works together with various youth groups such as the Model UN Nations and Magna Forum to promote sustainable development. So please come to the floor.
Is it on? Oh, sorry. Okay. So it's a slide. How could I? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Dear organizers, moderator, judges, excellencies, and my dear fellow participants, Educational NGO for Sustainability, Juventum is very much honored to be here. In the 1882 a theater play, An Enemy of the People, Henry Gibson wrote, and this showed the hardship in standing up for the right cause against pollution. Now, this world is pickled in a lot worse pollution than in 1882. Only tiny actions have been taken, and are we finished? Or do we have a better attitude toward the same old issue in our society now? We are here to declare that we will start this movement to use drinking water quality analysis as a human rights indicator because it is the right thing to do. In this conference, this is the most appropriate place to launch our new action. From now on, we will be passionately talking about this everywhere, over and over again, so we highly welcome your comment at any moment. And here comes our project idea. And this was sort of inspired by my attending Human Rights Council many times. So drinking, the physiological requirement of water is the same to all humanity, and it has a potential to serve as one of the most objective standard measurements of a human rights situation we are living in. By analyzing the drinking water quality, we can map the geographical areas with this measurement. We can follow time course of disaster areas and the conflict zones, before, during, and after. However, with all those potentials, the bottleneck issues have been the cost of analysis and lack of a standard specialized for the human rights purpose. To overcome some of the challenges in front of us, we want to get the helping hands of the youth, but not by demonstrating on the streets or speaking in the UN, but this time quietly working hard and polishing their professional skills in the laboratory. We seek university collaborations in order to incorporate the analysis as a part of education and issue academic credits. For instance, a requirement in analytical chemistry laboratory, or as a research in environmental science, bacteriology, and so on. We should constantly update to improve the standard and analysis. So human rights-based approach, leaving no one behind, is the way of our empathy and compassion. We feel together, bring in wisdom, and discern the issues and try to solve them. So when we obtain the results, I can answer some of the technical issues in Q&A if you like, but I would like to go through the concept, and once the results of the analysis is available to us, then full disclosure of whatever we discover is must. Science and human rights experts will be consulted with the results, how to look at it. And we promote the awareness of the water issue among the students in the technical field through the participation in the projects. So these are the people we will excavate. And we trust this undiscovered population of youth to come up with future good ideas too. The analysis will establish a good human rights standard, and this will then contribute to the improvement of the quality of the water we drink. Everything we do is subjected to discussion based on precautionary principle and constant updating of the criteria and evaluation. Yes. And the scaling up, the quality of the work should never be compromised, and we will not quit. Therefore, we should rather flexibly rescale the starting size of the project according to the available resources. The water quality analysis standard should always be improved and updated. We need a good team to have productive discussions constantly. We should promote broader participation of states, universities, and students. State responsibility to protect its citizens. I think this is in Article 73 of the UN Charter, I guess. We will expand to cover more and more areas and situations. This project is related to so many other efforts presented in this conference. I am so happy to meet all of you, and we can have a further discussion to improve our idea. Let us keep in touch long and deep so that together we can achieve something. Thank you very much for your attention. And some of the questions on technical issues, I'm reasonably prepared, but I will always get back to you if I fail to answer this time. And yes, that's all. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Saito. I especially like your project, including young people in education and training. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindsay. And considering the gender mainstreaming and the lens, our next presenter is Dr. Snehalta Mikala. She is working as Executive Director of South Asia Consortium for Integrated Water Resource Studies, and she have more than 20-year work experience in this sector. So I would like to request you, Ms. Snehalta, to please share with us your good experience about leave no one behind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected judges, my colleagues, and the audience.
It's in fact my privilege to be presenting this session, which is moderated by the youth, which are the future of the world. I think it's really very good platform for them to demonstrate their skills and prove to us their importance in future. And coming to my presentation today, though I'm the executive director of Saki Waters, today I'm wearing the hat of FANSA, that is Freshwater Action Network South Asia. It's a consortium of 400 plus CSOs working in 8 South Asian countries, which includes India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, Maldives, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bhutan, sorry. So basically, most of the presentations since yesterday, what we have been hearing are very much technologically driven or talking about very much of an initiation which has a technical component. But today I'm going to present a case or a project which is talking about the local government, which is this action is led by the local government to translate the policy commitments and then how this sanitation progress can be inclusive in the process, especially focusing on the persons with disabilities. So just to give the context, in India, we have got a big flagship program called Swachh Bharat Mission, which is focusing on accessing the sanitation facilities to the people. So you can look at the graph where we are from 38% in 2014 to almost we are at 98% in the year 2018 and 19. So there's a good progress, good leadership, and a lot of emphasis on that. And there are also kind of commitments at the SACOSAN. SACOSAN is the inter-country regional platform of South Asia, where the sanitation progress is reviewed by the ministerial delegations, and then they present what has been achieved, and then they also make commitments in future what they are planning to do. And then also to achieve the leave no one behind, we have got a fundamental right under article in the Constitution of India. And we have also got the Persons with Disabilities Act, which is in 1995. Everything focuses on inclusive efforts to make sure that there is access of toilets at household level and also at the community level. Just to give you a little bit more focus on the SACOSAN, though there is this inter-country delegation is there, the first 4 or 5 SACOSAN, 4 SACOSANs, where the FANSA represented the issues of leave no one behind at these conferences by making some evidence-based research and all that. People were not really, committed to do something about it. But it's only in the SACOSAN 4 when FANSA made an effort to bring the voices of these vulnerable groups directly to the ministerials. Like in a plenary session, all these disability groups belonging from transgender, physically challenged, and then tribal groups and indigenous groups, all these people represented their issues to the ministerial delegations, which made an impact and then resulted in the commitment where they said that it has to be prioritized and then most marginalized have to be given importance. Everything is fine, perfect, the commitments made. But what is the problem? The problem is that there are still lack of or inaccessible toilets for physically challenged and elderly. Especially elderly are again a set of groups who become almost children, who kind of, require similar kind of assistance like children as they grow up. So though their needs are not being really articulated or very well thought of. And then you can see that boy in that picture. When we went for a field assessment in a rural area, this boy was there. And then when we were asking him, he said, I have to take help of one of my parents. If my parents goes away to the field, I have to wait till they return from the field. I can't go and access the toilet on my own. If at all, if there is an urgency, I go and then I sit like that waiting for my parents, and none of the other children come near me. So that's the kind of state of affair that a physically challenged person goes. And then you can see this man. He is defecating in a plastic cover. Because in their house, the other members do not like to use the toilet because it gets unhygienic because he stands and goes and then it's everything spill over and then he can't really pour the water and there is a difficulty in carrying the water from the other place to the toilet. So these are all the kind of difficulties. So he goes for an open defecation. But since there is like, even he is very sensitive about being pigs coming and attacking him. In fact, the picture had pigs also, which I removed. So he puts it in that and then he disposes. So these are the kind of challenges which are not known to the people or which are not being exposed so much that there is an empathetic, understanding of how these issues are there and how these need to be addressed. Despite the policy commitments and despite the intergovernmental commitments and despite the acts and constitutional rights, the governments lack the capacity to translate these commitments into actions. They really don't know how to do these actions on the ground or how to make sure that these toilets are there for these physically challenged or the elderly groups are there. So ultimately, it again results in inequity and exclusion, which is again affecting the reach of the human rights. So what are we planning to do? What we want to do is to demonstrate a partnership approach with local governments to provide accessible, affordable, and non-discriminative toilets to elderly and PWD. What do we mean by the accessible? It is about the improved designs. It does not require too much money, or it does not require too much of innovation. It could be a simple local innovation, which could be a kind of a chair of that height, which could be replaced on the Indian pan and then removed later when the elderly person used, so that they don't have to really worry about the toilet. Or it could be a railing next to the doors and then to the wall where they can handle it and go. Or it could be any other those local innovations which have a technical approval or technical expertise is needed. So that's what we want to talk about or get together as part of the accessible toilet through improved designs. And then affordable. Basically, this affordability again goes with the most marginalized and the people who are very vulnerable. To make sure that these are possible for these groups, we are trying in this particular project, we are planning to pool the financial resources. There are some government subsidies and incentives are there. And then there are some community level initiatives that people could contribute to make sure that these marginalized groups can be mainstreamed. And then there are microcredit institutions are there, loans available. So basically we want to integrate and pool all these resources so that there is a fund available for people who needs it, which can address the issue of affordability. And then the non-discrimination. Again, how do we make that these people are respected when it comes to their use and access to the toilets? So basically sensitizing the households, communities, and the decision makers or the government officials involved in this whole process. So how do we want to do it? So we want to conduct a baseline for the need assessment. To do this, we already have a lot of experience as part of our SACOSAN experience of bringing the voices of unheard to these plenary sessions. And then we make a need assessment in identified blocks and the villages. And then we'll have a stakeholder consultation to arrive at an action plan where the government takes the lead. So the technical expertise and the CSOs and the communities and the village local bodies and all governance structure people are involved in this stakeholder workshop to arrive at a plan which needs to ensure that there is kind of both financial as well as technical resources are available so that the infrastructure is created at household level and also at the community level. Community level, I mean the marketplaces, the public places, or the bus stops, and all those other accessible points. And after doing these things, we would like to have these pooled resources utilized for the creation of the facilities and bring these lessons to the national and regional platforms. So this is the kind of project that we would like to build. And then the results includes that the human right to access to sanitation is fulfilled for at least 300 persons with disability as part of this initiative. And there are improved capacities for the government to achieve the commitments made. I think this is the most important point of our initiation, where the governments can able to ensure that the capacity is retained with them. And this solution is mainstreamed in the sanitation programs of state of Telangana. And then there are replicable, affordable, and accessible technologies. List is available with the governments and then with the stakeholders. And this solution is validated through joint reviews. It's not that we say it as a success story, but everybody involved will also be part of these joint reviews. And then this story will be presented at the SACOSAN 7 so that the commitments can be realized, and then this lesson can be taken forward from there. And then in the scaling up process, we disseminate these at the subnational, national, and regional level. And then we are planning to have this at the 8th SACOSAN session for wider dissemination. And there are policy and program benefits to the government. And we partner with other governments in the region and then also with other sector players. And then we would like to share at these kind of international platforms to get more wider acceptance for this initiative so that the governments will have the confidence to take forward these kind of interventions in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michaela, for sharing your outstanding results of work in South Asia, especially Freshwater Action Network of South Asia, and sharing the sanitation poverty in India. I think the South Asia region is facing the same kind of problem, and which is the real problem to human rights around the world in developing countries. So thank you very much for sharing with us, and with the special request of Professor Dr. Michaela, I would like to also request Mr. Ramste Murali to join on stage because he also worked on the same project and he is interested to respond to the question. And welcome, Mr. Murali, to be on stage, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to open the floor for audience as well as for our honorable judges to ask the questions to the presenter. But before going to that, I would like to also request, please be specific with your question, identify to who you are going to ask. And also my request is to presenter, please be focused with your answer. Thank you very much, and floor is open first to the judges. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Dominique Béraud from the World Meteorological Organization, so more on the hydrological monitoring. So I might have a question for all of you, actually, concerning the scaling up of the results, changing the regions, changing the scale of what you are implementing. Where do you see the greatest difficulties doing that? I think in your case, you even foreseen to implement that in Cameroon, am I right?
It's going to be
yeah. Where do you see the difficulties doing that? In the cultural problem, technical problems, financial issues?
Challenges. Right. Okay. The challenges are plenty, in fact. The challenge for the open well recharging through the roof rainwater housing, that will be presented in the next session, to be frank. So, but this came in first, the fluoride issue came first. Okay, so may give the answer for the next session rather. It's plenty that the challenges, I would say that all of a sudden the people may not accept the subject, because the well water is precious for the people. They don't want to see that the bird dropping, the rainwater with the bird dropping that goes to the well. In the beginning years, from in the year 2008, 9, and 10, the people were not accepting altogether. But later on, they gradually realized that this is good and it works. Then later on, by the year 2017 summer, it was a severe summer. The people really understood that, and then started many people doing that. It's workable. It improves. Then even the government took it up. Okay, thank you.
So it is concerning the scale up, or yes? Okay. So in terms of finance, we appreciate anything as much as possible, but this is something we can even start with a pro bono with like-minded people. So we will rescale according to the resource available. And our focus is very, very narrow. And we just want to establish the standard, which is missing. And when we have a human rights discussion, then we, like for instance, Human Rights Council, we hear the lack of toilet and how many minutes you have to walk to the water. But we almost never hear from diplomats that what's the quality of the water. So we just want to fill this gap. And therefore, the quality of the project is absolute foremost priority, that something we will never ever compromise. And then anything else, then we are still small and weak, so we may have to compromise where to sample and all that stuff. Thank you.
I think my colleague will answer that question.
Yeah, I'm responding in the capacity of co-author and co-designer of this project, regional convener of FANSA. I think in our case, the difficulty lies with the capacity of the local government. The local government, the subnational government is mandated with the responsibility of providing sanitation services for everyone, including the persons with disability. But though they have made commitments at the higher level, the local level personnel responsible for implementation of sanitation programs lack sensitivity, responsiveness, understanding. Thereby, there is lack of dedicated effort. What kind of very specialized, dedicated effort is required to ensure sanitation services are reaching the persons with disability? That is what we are trying to tackle through this particular initiative.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Raffel, I'm not going to ask you a question because I'm going to wait until the second part of your presentation. Is that okay? All right. As to the project of FANSA, I think it's great that you're asking attention for disabled people. Now, do you already have things in mind that you could actually propose or discuss with the stakeholders so that they have an idea on what they're actually choosing or not choosing or, spending their money on? Secondly, you say pooling resources. Could you explain that a little bit more, where you think those resources would come from? Who would actually bring it to the table and manage it? And maybe you answer first, and then I'll go to your colleague.
Yeah. In terms of technical solutions, how to make sure that the toilets which are already constructed can be further improved to ensure that they're accessible for members of the same family who have got the disability. It is not one integrated kind of solution. It has to be a disability specific solution. We need to understand what is the disability of the person in that family and what kind of simple intervention will make the toilet accessible for that person. So we are not suggesting one integrated solution, which will also be expensive and very complicated kind of. That's one. Number two, it is the responsibility of the person as well as the family, to the extent they can afford to contribute for implementing the solution. They should first take the initiative, the family and the person who has the disability. But there are also incentives available under Swachh Bharat mission from government side. And we want to partner with the local government and leverage those incentives for specifically meeting the sanitation needs of the persons with disability. Plus, in every village or even the urban areas also, we have slum level federations which have got microcredit institutions, the networks of women self-help groups. So they can be sensitized to provide low-cost loan products to meet the sanitation needs of the persons with disability. So we are taking into consideration all the three resources, all the three sources to be able to finance the solution that we want to implement at the family level and community level.
And who would manage the money coming in?
There is a kind of ongoing mechanism through which the government provides incentive to the individual family, and the loan will be directly by the family member drawing the loan from the microcredit institution. So it will be the family. If government, the money goes from the government to the family.
Okay, thank you.
The whole initiative will be led by the FANSA. The Secretariat will be overseeing all these things and then facilitate the process. And another point that I would like to compliment to the explanation that is given by my colleague, that there are a lot of agencies which are already working on these disability-friendly solutions. So we would like to partner with all those organizations. So when we said stakeholder consultation meeting, this is the meeting where we would like to invite all those people who are working on all these solutions as well, so that they can offer the choices to the people, which could be modified with the local materials and then local resources. Thank you.
Very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, so
On the research and standard, Mr. Saito, I'm not completely sure what you're actually proposing to do. Because I appreciate the fact that you want to involve your students, younger people, to help and do the actual research. But doing research and developing a standard are two very different things. And we have loads of standards in the world on water quality. Maybe we even have too many. So my question is, what in the end would be your result, your offer to the community, basically?
Okay, first of all, there are many standards. So WHO, EPA, EU, many countries. But we can always start with the one standard. So let's say WHO. But the WHO standard has a particular purpose to set out. So then this can be complemented with the other standards. So we do have to have a research team to consider what is the appropriate standard for the lead or mercury or arsenic. And these things, we should not compromise the quality. So this means that we will take the most precautionary approach and what is the most relevant, and we will constantly update our criteria based on the literature search of the newest environmental science. So this part is a research, and we do need a research group. And what I mentioned with the students is the actual analysis part. So usually the analysis and research is done by the same people, but we could cut the cost of analysis by asking the students to do it as an educational program. And if somebody questions about the quality of analysis, then we can split the water sample into smaller volume and have a repetition to maintain the accuracy. So then students can still use this material as a study material to grow professionally.
Can I say this in my own words and see if it's correct? I get the impression that what you want to do is collect and analyze the existing guidelines and standards on water quality, regardless of the source. So it could be water related, it could be chemicals related, it could be anything. And out of those, sort of make a harmonized, shorter version that would be understood in the framework of the human right to water and sanitation. Is that what you want to do?
Well, if I misunderstood your question, please correct me. But there are numerous standards, and we would like to end up with the best of the best standard in each category. So when we look at the bacteria, then we don't just look at the E. coli, but we can look at the Salmonella or spore-producing bacteria or viruses and any of these things. But certain standard, they have a specific focus and urgent need, and then they were not perfect. So we can complement each other and we will refine for the best for our purpose in the use of human rights. So then basically we have to keep updating the standard and let it grow and evolve. So the later the stage, then our standard will be more refined.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir. And now I would like to open the floor for the audience, but I would love to request, you have questions, sir? But we are running with, okay, sir, thank you, I'm sorry. Take away.
Thank you. I had a similar question to Mr. Saito as leisure, but in the interest of time, I'll skip those. My question to the other two panelists are about the local governments, because the human rights-based approach, we look at the roles and duties of the government actors to act. So to the first, Mr. Jules, unfortunately, you were a little bit rushed towards the end. So I'd like to know a little bit more about how you're going to work with the local government and what's your assessment of their capacity and openness to your project in terms of scaling up. And my second question for the FANSA is that, I understand that your analysis is a lack of capacity of the government, but can we go a little bit deeper into that? You talk about persons with disability, but are there other factors that affect the equal access among these groups? For example, gender, or, I mean, we didn't talk so much about girls and young women, people of the schedule, caste, etc. So how can we have sort of a differentiated approach within that persons with disability to make the local authorities be more responsible for them? Thank you.
Okay, may I start with? Okay, it's regarding local governments. In fact, the whole program is through the local government. So the chairman of this society is the district collector, that means the head of the district. So with his capacity at the district level, all local governments, we have got 80 local governments within the districts. So the government sanctioned a scheme to implement through the local government with the government subsidy, particularly for the poor people. So it's being implemented with a subsidized component through the local government. And our role is to give capacity, giving training for the, not only for the local government representative, also for the beneficiaries at the grassroots level, who are the beneficiaries for the schemes. So the capacity building and of course is taken care, and the local governments we mobilize the funds from the local governments as well. So it's well taken for that.
Yeah, I think it's not just disability which is causing exclusion. There are overlapping factors. I think your observation is very right. The overlapping factors such as poverty, remoteness of the area where these people are living. There are several other factors. So the degree of facilitation support required from our intervention would also vary according to this vulnerability. Probably the disabled persons from better off families have already found at least a partial solution because they have got capacity to invest some resources for that. So through this particular initiative, we would like to reach out to the bottommost. And that is where we need to facilitate that experience for the local government. How do we really deal with the issues of such most vulnerable communities? It is a process-intensive approach that we intend to adopt, through which we can gain experience, ourselves gaining experience, as well as the local government, so that we can continue to work in a meaningful way on that issue.
Okay, so thank you very, very, very much, honorable judges and presenter. And I do apologize because we have not enough time to take questions from the floor. Please forgive us, please. And now I would like to request to Honorable Mr. Desmond Gerger to take off. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you to the presenters and judges and moderators. Yeah. And thank you, Lindsay and Masif. Our next session theme is rural areas and climate change. A moderator is Celia Bedoya, the Inter-American Development Bank.
Okay, thanks so much. So we're starting the last session of the day and the summit before the closing. The human rights approach has a strong focus on services, on making water and sanitation a service accessible and available for all. But for doing so, one of the key factors we must consider is water security. I'm going to read the definition of water security that UN Water has worked in. Water security is the capacity of a population to safeguard sustainable access to adequate quantities of acceptable quality water for sustaining livelihoods, human well-being, and socioeconomic development, for ensuring protection against waterborne pollution and water-related disasters, and for preserving ecosystems in a climate of peace and political stability. So as you see, this definition is totally intertwined with the human rights approach, and with its criteria like the availability of water, the acceptability, the quality of services, the sustainability. So it has a lot in common. In this context of climate change, water scarcity is growing. One of the only water sources that is growing is wastewater. So preliminary data from the UNEP in this case tell us that one of each 3 rivers have severe pathogen pollution in Latin America, in Africa, and in Asia. 1 in 7 rivers globally have severe organic pollution, and 1 in 10 have problems, moderate or severe, of salinity. So these problems, of course, cultivates inequality, as they usually affect most to the poor people, to women, and to children. In this session, we're going to talk a little bit how local communities are facing these aspects, are facing these issues, and are finding solutions for these challenges. So I'm going to invite to the presenters to the stage, to the 3 of them all together, so that they can come to the stage, please. Thank you. So we're going to start with our first project. He is from India. Mr. Jose Rafael comes from the District Rainwater Harvesting Mission and is presenting this initiative. Mr. Jose is the secretary of Mazapolima, that's the good way to say it, in the District Harvesting Mission in Kerala State since 2019. He has extensive experience in the water sector in India, having published in the subject widely, particularly in rainwater harvesting, which relates to the experience he's bringing us today, that it's about how rainwater can help with water security and water quality in coastal communities, where salinity is a major problem for groundwater in this case. So thank you. You can start the presentation.
Yeah, no? Right. Hope that I'll get 10 minutes. There's a bit of repetition is there. I think when I presented the first time, a couple of people were not here. I do it a bit fast. As nature-based local water security solution for water quality and resource improvement. Well, introduction is over. Now, I just already show that I just only mentioned roof rainwater harvest for well rich, and I'll bit skip. I hope that it will not be rushing. when it comes to the relevant slide, I'll stop and explain with time. Okay. This all I explained already. I don't want to explain it again. It's a climate change adaptation technique. This I explained. And now, all right, this is, I think, okay, roof rainwater harvesting that comes through the filter that go to the duct well. Now you can see the live model. You see the filter over there. The charcoal is there in the filter. This I explained. Now we come. Now water and sanitation education is given to the children. Now see without filters also we can direct the roof rainwater. You see the first flash wall which is called as. After the couple of rains, we can close the cap over there, so that then fresh rainwater will be going into the well. Some cases, the people may not require the filter. Some people say they want the filter. It depends upon the social acceptability. You see, all all sections of society have been taken, well taken, this technique. Now, this you see, it's all not necessary to harvest roof rainwater and put it into the well. There are other methods of recharging the well through percolation pits around the well. This is another method. Through percolation pits also we can make through that. Sometimes the households may not like to direct the roof rainwater into the well, or sometimes they not like the subject. So the surface runoff can be directed to the percolation pits around the well. It's like artificial feeding of the well. Now, many people has got tube wells. So we can harvest roof rainwater that can go to the tube well. I explained it in the next. All sorts of monitoring is the water quality, and before and after water quality tests are taken care of. And community participation, of course, was there in the beginning, to be frank with you. It's not that easy to talk about community participation card. But in this case, each household has got their own well. So there is no big matter of community participation. To be frank with you, they have to only to maintain the whole installation. That's only the participation basically they require. So even otherwise, in the beginning, we have given enough classes at the grassroots level and the training. But later on, it has come through the newspaper and so on and so forth. The people have come to know about that. So it has become, it's mainstream rather. Plenty of training programs have been conducted so far. And it's suitable for all rural communities, definitely, and gender friendly. There is no much complication at all. It's simply putting the rainwater into the well. And a lot of training has been given for the women, particularly for, it's a plumber's job. There is no big deal at all. Then a lot of IEs, information, education, communication efforts gone through in this, the whole activity, notices, posters, banners, roadshows, and so on and so forth. Some in the exhibitions, we conduct water quality tests and so thing. And road shows, the farmers visit. And the result is that I explained earlier, 30,000 well recharging units implemented till the last year, and we stopped telling the numbers because people have taken it their own. We don't know how many people doing it all. So it has become, at the government, as I said, government taking it up. We don't know the numbers. So many people doing it, the things like that. The water level and water quality improved, and saline increase and iron content, all these things are reduced. And countless number of units have been installed by people, household themselves now. The monitoring is done, not water quality kind of thing as the all the more important is the impact assessment done by Center for Water Resource Development Management, the government institute. We entrust the government institute to conduct the impact assessment. We did not do that because some people may think that you may make manipulations. So we entrust the government institution, you do that. You come up with whether it's good or not, it works or not. They came up with the result that it is workable, it is replicable to scale up all the districts. That's why the government took it up to scale it up. Okay. Now to scale up beyond the state and beyond and for the rural areas of developing countries. I'm sure that many of the developing countries have got the dug wells, still they are alive. So what more to be done is we need to revive these shallow aquifer and traditional water well. We need not abandon them in the name of bacteriological contamination. We can think about some other methods. The local rural waters to be revived, not clean, okay. Then in many parts of the world, these kind of wells are there. And in the case of tube wells, they need to be repaired. So that's a local water security solution. So well has got a bigger role to play in the rural areas. So this part, we can't leave them behind. Right, then second is the recharging, the whole thing I mentioned, but this is site-specific, soil-specific, slope-specific, and sometimes social-specific. The social acceptance is a big, important subject. So all these S we need to take into care. Step 3, disinfection measures to be taken. Require for making these wells as protected water bodies. We can make use of the chlorination, and as we do here, in Kerala, we can boil the water before making use of that. And well, the government, our Kerala government is doing that, and the national government of India also may try. Some projects are coming up. Wider campaigns are required to help the rural people in the developing countries to save these wells. We need not abandon them. So all the international agencies can play. And as I said, we have been awarded for Denmark agency, just courtesy for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rafael, for bringing us this project, which combines a little bit all this technology, but also all the social aspects around it and the engagement of the local communities. So we're going to go to our second presentation of today. We had to make a last-minute change in the agenda. So we are very lucky to bring Mr. Beris Gwyn from Incitare, which is an open and inclusive platform promoting strategic foresight and anticipatory leadership, brokering innovative partnerships. That's a great definition. So Mr. Beris is going to talk about wetlands and how this nature-based solution can help improving water quality. And it's been widely used. So she's going to tell us a little bit about it at the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm somewhat in awe of the expertise that's in the room, and I'm also somewhat hesitant to be producing solutions that reflect just a repetition of what we've known already for the last 20 or 30 or even more years. But it is important for us, I think, to begin with a recap that wetlands are often less well recognized as an important contributor to improved water quality and availability, particularly for remote communities. They are one of the most productive of the natural systems supplying fresh water, food, and materials. And good wetlands management aids flood control, groundwater recharge, and climate change mitigation. So we're dealing with the benefits of wetlands protection and renewal at several different levels. Sadly, these facts have been known for many, many years, but globally, wetlands are being destroyed 3 times faster than forest land. And when we see or anticipate the effects of climate change, this suggests to me that a refocusing on wetlands and wetlands protection is going to be even more important. How can we use a rights-based approach, a human rights-based approach, to engage and support local communities? This is clearly an essential starting point, but I emphasize it's a starting point because local communities operate within a broader context, and often the externalities are such that they can quickly override the success that we have had in working at the community level. But there are opportunities for us to engage in awareness raising, in training programs, in involving local communities, in the collection of data, in monitoring and reporting, using all of the digital technology advantages that are available to us. Again, we've seen so many of these projects come and go, but it's time for us, I think, to reflect on the results of community engagement and connect those results to what is needed now globally as we move to scale up. So I just want to refresh that we celebrate local connections to natural resources because they have often, through traditional knowledge, been the stewards of these wetlands for centuries. That they also, regardless of issues of ownership, have the greatest sense of identification with the areas concerned, and so the greatest stake in protecting and investing in the retention of those wetlands. We reinforce local rights to advance the inequality reduction agenda as well as the sustainability agenda. By having the local communities leading in measuring and tracking, we have an important source of indicators which we can, I think, take to new levels of sophistication because of the technologies available, allowing the local people to be truly the owners of the process. And with this improved understanding of the social, environmental, and economic benefits of wetland improvements in life and in livelihoods, then we have opportunities to take some of these activities to scale. I'd like to come back to the benefits to remind ourselves that it's not just about drinking water quality and availability to people in another location. It reflects the interdependency of systems, so that whether we are local or global, all of us have a stake in protecting wetlands. And if we refuse to accept the challenges of the inequality agenda, then we're going to miss the boat on opportunities to scale up. This is where I'd like to suggest that there are now places for us to connect communities respectfully, honoring their primary role, to other stakeholder groups at national, regional, and global levels. And importantly, their active involvement in the monitoring and tracking and reporting on the local situation is extremely important in terms of encouraging evidence-based policy reform, in helping us to broker engagement with new investors, public or private, and also to make sure that we are building and strengthening the interconnectedness between communities. Finally, why this project and why now? There is, I see, a greater understanding of the implications for humanity in human rights of a failure to behave more responsibly towards the natural environment, which is essential to our existence. This is not about people in other places behaving in more responsible ways. It's a collective role. There's also, with the Sustainable Development Goals, a commitment to addressing inequality, which we've tended to skate over in the past. We need to recognize the externalities that I referred to before that are not just keeping hundreds of millions in poverty without access to reasonable and basic standards of living, but also have implications for us globally. The growing body of evidence of the multiple contributions of wetlands to ecosystems and their remarkable ability to recover if we help them to do so is already with us. Indeed, there are, in developing country contexts now, more and more applications of nature-based solutions which draw on the biomimicry, which we've seen and observed in wetlands in other places. So these improved measures of social, environmental, and economic impact give us a shared agenda to do something to restore wetlands globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beris, for your presentation on highlighting the importance and the usefulness of
wetlands. So we're moving to our last project. It has the honor to be the last project of the day and of the summit. And we're moving to another side of the world, to Mexico. Aquileo Hernández brings the experience of the CIEMAT de Centro Interdisciplinario de Investigaciones y Estudios sobre Medio Ambiente y Desarrollo, a Center for Environment and Development from Mexico. Aquileo Hernández has a master's degree on Environmental and Sustainability Studies and has a strong experience in environmental studies to preservation, conservation, and mitigation of anthropogenic impact. Industrial and domestic wastewater is usually discharged without treatment to water bodies, polluting rivers and lakes and impacting ecosystems and the biodiversity and human health. The CMA is establishing a water quality monitoring system in the river Atoyac. And Aquileo is going to tell us a little bit more about this monitoring platform. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. And my name is Aquileo Hernandez. I'm coming from a Center of Environmental Science, and I want to explain about 2 innovative and smart ways to improve the wastewater management in the river Atoyac, central Mexico. Okay, the Atoyac River in central Mexico covers an area of 4,000 square kilometers and is the second most polluted in the country. The pollutants are mainly from the untreated and industrial wastewater. It resides 200 tons of pollutant per day, and the volume of water is about 300 million of cubic meters of water per year between meteorical and non-meteorical water. There are more than 14,000 high industries in the region that include the small, medium, and large companies. In addition, the wastewater treatment in plants present in the basin is not enough in order to clean all the water. And the Atoyac River pollution had created negative effects over the human population in the basin, for example, health problems and contamination of agricultural products. The Atoyac River pollution is a problem, but we have other problems in the basin, the hydric stress. The hydric stress is other issue in the basin because of the overall exploitation of aquifers. The groundwater is the main source of drinking water for the population, and all water extracted from the aquifers is used and drained with a poor treatment to Atoyac River. And thus is a result from an inadequate wastewater management based on an irregular sampling and programmed visits to high industries. For this reason, it's necessary to change the traditional wastewater management to a smart management in which can be efficient and accessible. But what is the idea? And in this picture, we can see the basin, Atoyac Basin. We have the volcanoes, we have the high industries, have the population of the Puebla Basin, and we have the high industries with the wastewater discharges. And the small houses are the water quality monitoring systems. Since 2013, the Puebla government installed the water quality monitoring system in order to preservation, conservation, and improvement of wastewater, and improvement the water quality in the river. But these monitoring stations have the capacity to measure temperature, pH, conductivity, turbidity, ORP, dissolved oxygen, spectral absorption coefficient, nitrates, color, the total dissolved solids, and level every 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes we have this information, and this information is shared by internet through different computers. You can watch the information only with the username and the password. And the information generated is processed through time series analysis. And we discovered the existence of anomaly values associated with untreated wastewater discharges in the basin. And the innovation in the use of real-time monitoring system is the detection of pollution events and the identification of pollutant sources. We have some pictures, and the first is the monitoring station. After we have the inside of monitoring stations, we have the data in 1 month. And this is possible after to the pollution detection. we take the sample of this water and to analyze in laboratory with more than 115 parameters, like heavy metals, anions, organic compounds, dyes, pesticides, and fats and oils and solvents. After that, we process with multivariate statistical techniques to identify the possible pollution sources. This information is compared with the geographical information system about the type of high industries and the uses of the land and other information over the population. About to the microbasin, the picture in the map there is a explication about the microbasins, which are drained directly to monitoring stations. We have 12 monitoring stations in the basin. And with this information, we want to identify the provenance. The next step is the creation of a library of pollutant events until we can identify the source in real time. The final stage is the creation of a public policy based on a combination between detection of pollution events, multiparametric analysis in field and laboratory, statistical analysis to identify the source, and the geographical information system to know specific information about the basin. Now, the results. We had analyzed many pollution events, and now we have this information. We have the main pollution source in the basin, the textile high industry, after the automobile, petrochemical high industry, agricultural high industry, and after is reflected the soil erosion and the natural contribution of the geology in the basin. And this is a smart way for wastewater management because it uses less time to visit high industry and in order to apply the environmental laws. But the idea is the creation or continue with the library of anomalies and the creation of a public policy. The public policy have to contain many points. One of the most important is the revaluation of water resources, reminding the words of Adam Smith. Nothing is more useful than water, but it will purchase scarce anything. Scarce anything can be in exchange for it. A diamond, on the contrary, has a scarcity value in use, but is a very great quantity of the goods might frequently be had exchanged for it. But nowadays, the water is scarcity in many parts in the world. And we have to take necessary action to revaluation this resource. The government must require the high industry to treat the wastewater. The society must require the wastewater treatment in market products, and the high industries must include the wastewater treatment in their product process. The public policy must include the mainstreaming. The care of the water must be relevant in all sectors, just primary, secondary, and tertiary, and all government levels. Also, it had to be inclusive. All social levels should to participate, and their opinions must be respected. Human rights for a healthy environment and access to clean water, to clean drinking water, have to be reestablished in the basin. If the water quality at Toyac improves, it can be used for other activities according to the quality. The resilience. We have to be resilient at the changes caused due to the development societies. It can be possible through the smart ways to preservation of the water resources. Finally, the climate change. Climatic change is the result of anthropogenic activities, and it requires action for the environment preservation, which will be sustainable, intelligent, available, and reproducible. The detection of pollution events, identification of source, and localization of wastewater discharges in the river is a smart way to wastewater management in developing countries with the rapid growing of industrialization and population. It can be useful in Mexico and other countries with the same problem of pollution in the rivers. Thank you for all.
Thanks so much, Aquileo. Wastewater contamination of water bodies in Latin America is a big challenge. I can imagine, like in other regions globally. So this presents a solution, or at least an assessment on how to work on that. So I'm going to pass it to the judges. I think to Mr. Ada, Alessia, Dominique. I don't know who wants to start or.
Okay, this time I'll start so that I won't be left behind. It's been a very rich day of presentations and ideas. And as a judge, I just want to challenge you and come back to this main theme of leaving no one behind. And I will just ask you to just make, very in simple words, how does your project contribute to leave no one behind? Very short pitch.
I think in this case maybe they can answer it directly. No, I think it's so. If the presenters, I don't know who wants to start, Mr. Rafael, maybe you.
Okay, my attempt is to not leave anyone behind, to be frank, because I'm particularly focusing the rural areas and the distant, the poor people in the developing countries. So I hope that the wells and the tube wells, modern tube wells also, to a certain extent, they will give the local water security for the people. So I believe that the people will not be left behind.
Okay, I think this project contribute about to leaving no one behind, because in developing countries we have the pollution problems and the water scarcity, and we have to take care about the big water resources that we have. For example, the water quality monitoring system and this smart way in order to improve the wastewater management is the way to recover a polluted river that in the future can be an important water drinking supply, maybe.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent question. Thank you very much. In the presentation on wetlands, one of the points of emphasis that I tried to make was around the inequality agenda. Because one of the dangers that I see is that the inequality, the unequal access to resources means that wetlands in wealthy countries or more advanced countries receive adequate protection and attention, typically because of the activities of environmentalists. So those who have a stake in the protection of the wetlands in the so-called more advanced economies do well, but there is a concentration of wetlands which are the livelihoods and life of very large numbers of people who are not well off. And the danger is that those in that unequal distribution of power don't receive the support they need. And in fact, they are at the mercy of big developers, industry, the kinds of polluters that we heard about previously. So coming back from the inequality agenda to make sure if we are looking at wetlands, we need to focus on those that are most at risk, that we need to empower or to work with the community so that they can have the evidence to demonstrate what's going on so that they are able to protect themselves in relation to some of the externalities that I mentioned.
Thank you, Veris. Alessia?
Yes, I would have a question on the wetlands project. I saw a lot of text like awareness, monitoring, this kind of activity. I would have expected something on payment for eco-services and payment for services to the ecosystem, which is typically a source of income for the people who live in the wetlands. Or the aspect that lots of times the wetlands are seen as, oh, this is marginalized lands anyway, so what's the value of keeping people there, because there is no visible economic factor. So maybe you can elaborate on that one a little bit more. And concerning the wastewater, I appreciate the fact that you want to try and measure. What was not completely clear for me is how do you assess the impact on the people living near the water bodies you're talking about, and what this would do for instance, for their health or for their safety?
Okay. Thank you very much. If I could respond in two ways. The first is to refer to the fact that some of the approaches that are being used to protect or repair or regenerate wetlands are actually scalable as business models at community level. The technologies can be used by local factories, by local schools, by local clinics, by municipalities, and that is on a cost recovery or not for loss basis. So that there is at that level an ability to make this not an environmental tax, but to make sure that people who are benefiting from that local process of cleaning up wetlands or protecting wetlands are actually contributing to it. But my second point comes back to the inequality agenda, which is the kind of polluter pays principle, which those who are most responsible for damaging wetlands should shoulder the greatest share of responsibility for contributing to their protection and to their repair. So it would be a situation where I think sometimes the linking of local with the international movements would help us to find a common solution where people who have the greater capacity to contribute would do so, but not without not at the price of taking responsibility away from the local community as well. So these are fundable and, to me, sustainable business models from local to global, but the inequality agenda has to be addressed.
Okay, this is an interesting question. And the impact of overpopulation in the basin is published in many 2 or 3 articles about the effects of pollution in Atoyac River. And in addition, the improvement of water quality in the river depend of the improvement of wastewater management in order to stop the pollution and start to mitigate the effects of overpopulation.
Thank you. So we go to the third set of questions. Mr. Dominic?
Yeah. Thank you. I might have one single question concerning the actors and practical actors. So who, for you, who can maintain your system, especially the filtration and so on? And let me just finish on for the monitoring for the two of you. So who can use your system? What kind of skills are required for that? And for you, Madam, for wetlands, so who can ensure that monitoring of wetlands, and what kind of tools are required for that?
Right. Regarding the installation over the roof and the maintenance of the whole system is done by the households themselves. If they are not doing that, that's likely that it may collapse in case if they are not well informed about the benefit of the whole program. There are chances that may not work. Sometimes when the local governments select the beneficiaries for the scheme, they may not sometimes are not interested. But in the list of beneficiaries, we implement. Late 1 year, we see that the system collapsed. And there are issues like that. In some cases, when the people belong to below poverty line, when their economic level, standard of living improve, they may remove the roof structure, they may improve. then the whole things get not seen unused. There are challenges like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is an interesting question because the river is polluted and we have the monitoring network. The local government required to National Polytechnic Institute the study of time series analysis of the information that they recollect. The actual management of the wastewater in the basin don't use this information. For this reason, we want to improve the wastewater management through the public policy, and we want to present this public policy, and we want the actual wastewater management use this information to improve the management.
Sorry, thank you very much for your question. My response is that the solution in terms of both management and resourcing is really context specific, as you would know. Depends very much on who the major stakeholders are, where the locus of power is, for us to be able to decide what would be the most inclusive way and the most equitable way of assuring that the monitoring takes place. My only suggestion would be to look at examples where through multi-stakeholder processes, there is an accompanied brokering of improved relationships, and through an acceptance of mutual responsibility, over time, the development of mutual accountability. Because only to have the community monitoring makes no sense if the more powerful players are just going to dismiss the results. But similarly, to appoint a foreign university or a private consulting company that might actually be paid by local business, clearly there has to be an openness and a shared responsibility to collecting that information. Just one last thing quickly. The data collection nowadays with technology really can be low cost. With so much access that people have to mobile phones, a smiley face or a button to press, it's possible to mobilize. And other sectors, health, agriculture, have done climate change monitoring, similar things that I think could be applied.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there are, we have a few minutes left, so let's see if we have any questions from the public for this session. Okay.
Thank you. Just a quick question to the wetlands presentation. So I saw that it was mentioned that the wetlands also contribute to climate change mitigation. I was just wondering, what is the link there? Because I assume that some wetlands will probably also be actually producing methane and therefore maybe not actually contributing to mitigation. But I was just wondering whether you can clarify what the link is. Thank you.
On the science, you're right. Of course, there would be contrary indicators. I was thinking more in terms of ecosystems, forestation, to look for the balance of where there might be, while there might be emissions, then also to look at what microclimate conditions would apply. I'm drawing, I suppose, more on reforestation processes, which we know have led to drought-proofing certain areas. And so I'm imagining that there might be some comparable science connected to the wetlands process. There may be other wetland science people here who could speak to that. It's a good question.
Okay, so we have 3 questions more in the public, but I think I'm not able to do all of them, so I'm going to do only one to the lady who first requested it. I'm very sorry for the rest and that we cannot attend, but we're running out of time. Thank you.
Question is to the on wetlands. So wetlands itself has multiple, facets. Wetlands is a complex natural resource system falling in the lap of land resource systems at times and water resource systems at times, most oftentimes in an identity crisis. And that's the very kind of a paradox of maintaining healthy wetland systems. So your opinion on protected versus unprotected, there's a dichotomy of how it works. And then also about its interfacing system, where the wetland is interfacing with food production, interfacing with biodiversity conservation, interfacing with livelihood generation. So it's like something we really can't have one-size-fits-all strategy.
Sorry, my apologies. Just quickly on that one. My recent work has been in the field of strategic foresight and complexity thinking, which speaks to exactly what you just described. Over the last 20 or 30 years, we've sometimes specialized to the point of losing touch with related areas of activity, and we struggle to have integrated processes. Another example would be IWRM, where we just know that it's really hard to get everybody to have everybody else's interests in mind. The only solution I have to that is to incentivize working together. And that's why I referred to the fact that there are new forms of financing emerging, ranging from blended financing, results-based financing, all the way through to impact investing. And people somehow come together quite quickly if they think there might be money for all of their interests. But it does require very skillful negotiation at the nexus between the competing interests in order to come to a conclusion. I don't think it's ever going to be an easy process because of exactly the complexity that you describe. But somehow people seem to be more willing, if they're not fighting over resources among themselves, but actually trying to build something that will at least meet more of the goals than just one individual set. So be happy to talk to you later about where some of that opportunity might be.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think I have more time, Amanda. We just have to, I don't know if we have a few more minutes for some questions or not. No.
I'm Aslam from Pakistan. My question to my friend from India. He spoke in the first presentation about the fluoride and in the well. So what is the comparison have you done before and after rain harvesting? Because 0.7% of fluoride can be very harmful for the dental. So what is the state before and what is your, because you have not done the pilot projects so far, but what you expect after that? Can I have a short answer, please? Thank you.
Very quick answer.
It has to be below 1 ppm. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thanks so much. So we have to close here. We heard a little bit how local communities are fighting for their water security so that the populations can exercise their human right. One of the three things, the things that have in common, all these solutions are that are nature-based, and they work with nature, and they enhance nature to help them in fighting for water security. And as one of the astras of the presentations put it, and I really like that sentence, are solutions to keep nature undisturbed. I really like that. So with this, we close it, and we close all the sessions related to presentations of projects. I hand the micro to the MC. Thanks so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, presenters, judges. Thank you to our moderator, Celia. There's a small change in the schedule. We are going to take a 20-minute break, and the time now is, what time? Whoops. Time now is 3:13. If we come back at 20 minutes, 3:33. The reason for the break is that the scientific committee is going to convene in the press room to make some final decisions as to who gets the awards. All right, so we'll see if there is. I just took a look. There does appear to be coffee and tea outside. So we'll be back at 3:33. Thank you. So perhaps we'll get started if you could take your seats. Now I'd like to introduce Dominic Barreau of the WMO, and Dominic will talk on climate change and the strategy of the WMO.
Thank you very much. So I might not speak too much about climate change, but much more on what's happening here in the last days or so, because I was struck by the diversity of presentation and topics that are addressed. And that belongs to the whole world of climate for sure, water for sure. But for me, that diversity of topics, diversity of actors, diversity of solutions, it's a kind of reflections of the complexity of the nature and the complexity of the society. So I think that's just fantastic how to work like that. So, and when we say to leave no one behind, so in my understanding, it means as well leaving no challenge behind. We have to be universal in our answers to climate change, to water challenges, and to support all kind of individuals, society, communities to make sure that we can help them as much as possible in the framework of climate change for sure, human rights, of course, and the whole domain of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals in the Agenda 2030. So that's absolutely important to me. And I think during the final conversation, just before the break, concerning the wetlands, it has been said that we have to work together. And that's the key. But is it as simple as that to work together? So I'm an hydrologist, and hydrologist, when you are able to talk between a surface water guy and a groundwater guy, it's a success. Shouldn't be. When you are able to discuss between water quality and water quality, it's a success. And I discussed yesterday with my wife, who is trying to hire a new consultant. And a person was very proud to tell that he's very keen on multidisciplinary between sociology and anthropology. Okay, that's fine, but maybe we need more than that. If we see that whole complexity of the society, if we see the complexity of the natural processes, we have to do more than that. We need a real dialogue, real added value coming from all possible disciplines on all possible skills. So could be engineering for sure, could be pure scientists, could be physicians, could be lawyers. We need all these skills together to have the added value and to bring the appropriate answer to the whole huge challenges the society is facing with and will be facing in the next decade and so. And that's what we try to do at the World Meteorological Organization, bringing together expertise in the domain of climate, domain of weather, so meteorology, and the domain of water. Bringing together, being not to pay them up, but to really to mix all this expertise to have then added value. And we are more and more working with other disciplines because we are just serving a big challenges. We have to work with them. We have to learn from them. We have to learn from users. We have to learn from their requirements and their abilities. And I think that kind of summit we have here yesterday and today is exactly in that kind of direction, having that multiplicity of knowledge, that multiplicity of skills, of possible answers, and then gathering all the idea together to bring added value to that. That's for me fantastic. And I think even that the artistic component is at least as important as the other one. So we have to work together. We have still to be very good with our expertise, could be in monitoring, in modeling, in finding solutions, but we have to be open to dialogue with others. And with that, we can find solutions to the water challenges and solutions to the climate change using using the human rights as one of the fundamental points we have to reach out as the humanity. So I'm very thankful to WaterLex to having put together with a huge effort all these this summit. So it's called the first summit, right? And now I have to switch to French to explain something, because after the first there is a second. In French there is a nuance. So the second we say, who is French speaking here? Le deuxième. But we can also say le second. Is that right? The difference being, if we say the second, there is just two on nothing else. If we say the deuxième, then we are open to have a third. So in my concluding words, I would like to thank everybody, the audience, all the participants, and the WaterLex team and on the board. And I wish that WMO will continue its partnership with WaterLex. I think we are growing. There are many challenges coming in the next years together. Could be very specific events such as the Water Day, this year, next year on climate change, by the way. Could be very interesting to work together on that, and to see how to identify that commonalities and added value coming from these different angles. So I wish to everybody, so a good rest of the afternoon, but I think it's not over. And I'm already looking forward, not for the second summit, but for the deuxième summit to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dominic. And now I'd like to introduce Kate Gilmore. She's the Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations. And Kate's going to give closing remarks on leaving no one behind.
Very long journey. Talk amongst yourselves. Merci. Thank you so very much. I'm sorry that was such a... You had to wait so long for me to arrive at the podium, because my message is one of great gratitude to you. And I bring with me a most enthusiastic appreciation from the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, for the fact of your gathering here over these few days and for the purpose that brought you here. And I want to pay particular tribute to Amanda and her team, and to Anders as president, for the great gift of the audacious vision, the daring, and the blood, sweat and tears, no doubt, involved in creating this moment for us all. It's a true joy to be able to congratulate you in that way. Thank you. Thank you for knowing. Thank you. Amanda, Anders, thank you. And thank you, all of you who've been here. Thank you for knowing that a focus on human rights in the context of water and sanitation is a focus of global significance. Thank you for giving to this purpose your time, your concentration, your expertise, your energy, and your ambition. Thank you for framing this quest to flow human rights into water and to soak the water of your concern into human rights as first and foremost, always, from the outset and to the bitter, to the sweet end, that it is always, without exception, about people, about each and every one of us. And thus, about each and every one of them, of those who never make it into such pristine halls of deliberation and consideration, but to whose thirst and whose indignity we must be held deeply and intimately accountable. It is always, inexorably, inevitably, unalienably about the person. And the person always is a rights holder. Thank you for quenching here your thirst for just, inclusive and sustained means of advancing through water and sanitation, human rights. Thank you for standing firm against a toxic tide rising in geopolitics and national and local politics. A toxic tide that seeks to rise against and overwhelm the fundamental notions that the Universal Declaration asserts and preserves and is upheld now in law the world over. A notion for which there is no legitimate opponent. The notion that born we all are free and equal in dignity and in rights. Here, I want to affirm specifically that the promise of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was forged in drought. Was forged in the world's gravest drought of human compassion, the worst that the world had ever seen. And from that 1948 recognition that an absence of justice and of rights and of human compassion, the deliberate intention not just to leave people behind, be careful of the verb, but to deliberately plan to erode people, to exclude people, to shut people down. Out of that cruel, dehumanizing reality that was World War II and all that preceded to it, came this understanding that the way forward is not merely a compendium of rights, important as that is, but further a holistic comprehension of dignity, of the idea that we should live in dignity, and to that, let it be clear, there is no version of human dignity that can exist absent water and absent dignified sanitation. And in that sense, the realization of the right to water is not a progressive realization. It is not a progressive part, as has often been imagined as part of the economic and social rights agenda, if you like. It is an absolute right. It is a right essential to our very existence as human beings. It is not possible to live a humanized life absent water and dignified sanitation. There is not one person who would raise their hand to propose that they themselves should thereby be denied either as a preference or a choice. This is an absolute obligation to which we owe every single one of us, to the exclusion of none of us, in the interests of all of us, this fundamental dignity to water and to sanitation. Look, over the last few days, I know you've heard many challenges and the gift of many innovative ideas, lessons learned, success stories, and our deepest congratulations to those who have been chosen to be awarded for their innovation. But perhaps you've also heard at times some queries as to why we've chosen this intersection between rights and something that otherwise is thought of as materially and scientifically a practical, technical quest, water and sanitation. So let us at least be clear that it's hard to think of any other priority, including in the Sustainable Development Agenda, any other single goal that speaks so directly, unequivocally, inclusively, and intimately to that common human dignity to which we are all entitled by birth than Goal 6 and its promise of clean water and sanitation. Of course, there's been great progress, but still, unconscionably, billions of people today eke out an existence without the gift of the humanizing conditions that are our right, eat out their existence, denied access to those essentials of water, safe drinking water and dignified sanitation. Today, that's not a development failing. It's not merely a development failing. That much of the contour of that denial or failure of access matches precisely the same contours of deep-rooted discrimination and marginalization, women, children, ethnic minorities, Indigenous people, refugees, migrants. That's not just a coincidence that large manufacturing, agricultural and economic actors divert, consume and contaminate water with impunity for the consequences is not merely an oversight. That local activists, notably Indigenous human rights defenders and environmental activists, are increasingly paying for their resistance to this callous greed with their lives is not merely a collateral cost of large-scale progress. No, no, and no again. In each instance, in all situations, at its heart is that which indeed is our bedrock on which to stand, a question of human rights, a question of justice, a question of law, and a question of what is acceptable and what's absolutely unacceptable. A 1948 lesson. It's connected to justice. It's concerned always with rights, the rights to dignity, to survive and to thrive. It's connected also, this right to safe water and to sanitation, to the other things we do with our mouths than merely swallow. It's connected to our rights to speak, to organise, to participate, our right to health, to work, indeed to education, our right to form family, and to do so under circumstances that are dignified. It is an absolute right, and it is in that framing that we must address our solutions. Thank you for your experience and your stories and your vision and your innovation, because it's clear there are solutions. And it's clear that we should inject urgency and justice into those solutions, not merely the technologies of the wealthy and of the privileged. Last year, I had the privilege of meeting the man who stopped the desert, a good livelihoods laureate, Yakuba Sawadogo of Burkina Faso. He is not a man of any formal training, scientific qualification, or political status. He is a wise teacher, an older man committed to a younger generation to ensure that old technologies are not forgotten. And through old and traditional technologies, he has shown that deserts can be transformed. He has converted the dry riverbed to moist and succulent pasture, desert to green land. Access to water, as he has shown, dignity in sanitation, they're game-changing rights. We cannot speak of advancing development without that right upheld, and we cannot speak of advancing human rights, of dismantling inequality locally, nationally or globally, without accountable, justice-based, inclusive progress in the realisation, absolutely, to safe water and to sanitation. For this year's World Water Day, UN Water has launched a global campaign on leaving no one behind. And you have enabled that campaign to advance, to progress and to expand. And their slogan is, whoever you are, wherever you are, water is your human right. But on the other side of that slogan stands a very important companion statement. Whichever government you are, wherever you are as a duty bearer, no matter the limits on your resources or the demands on your country or the challenges of your development, just and equal access to water and sanitation must be at its heart. That's what you've enabled us to see. It's what we look to you to advance, and we thank you so much for standing up for the human right to water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. I would now like to introduce Lindsay Aldako Mana and Mohammed Wasif Bashir from World Youth Parliament on water to present their youth declaration.
Thank you so much. And before we present our declaration, I wanted to say thank you much to WaterLex and to Amanda for hosting youth here and making that voice not being left behind. And thank you guys so much for having us. And just to explain what we did as the World Youth Parliament for Water, we wanted to initiate a declaration for this conference, but for the year in the UN water theme, No One Left Behind, and that the voice of youth is clear here and also throughout the theme throughout the year. So we had a side session and the youth that was here convened, and we made some points based off of the theme and based off of a reflection of WaterLex, this conference here and the summit. And we'd like to present that to you here today. And thank you so much for your attention. So in order to achieve SDG 6 by 2030, we, the youth, will promote young people in discovering innovative solutions in the decision-making processes and in raising awareness about the human right to water and sanitation. We want to spotlight youth-led innovations, especially nature-based ones that solve local wash challenges. At the decision-making table, we want our decisions to be valued by entrusting our interests are reflected in the outcomes. We need to be included in policies that enable us to first access quality education, and that enables us to access finances, which supports our innovations for water.
So we need the provision of our seniors to respond to our specific needs and diversity by promoting our voices on real platforms where our voices are heard and our innovations implemented. We want to make the basic human rights to water and sanitation famous through advocacy and awareness at all levels. Through an intergenerational approach, we, the youth, believe that the global agenda of Sustainable Development Goal 6 can be accomplished by ensuring that no one is left behind. This youth statement is being developed, drafted, and adopted by the World Youth Parliament for Water and Pakistan Youth Parliament for Water, and we commit that we will stand with our declaration and we will stand with our seniors at all levels. And thank you very much for WaterLex and all the partners for putting their strong trust on the youth, and we believe and we assure that we will not let you down at all levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lindsay and Wasif. If I could ask Dirk Hanschel, Martin Luther University, and Amanda Lufin from WaterLex. They're going to announce the winning projects from today and why they were chosen. And if I could also ask Anders to come on up to the stage as well.
I must confess this is an exciting moment, even though I'm not one of the potential award winners. I totally underestimated how exciting this moment is, even for me standing at this point. I should first say that I'm standing here on behalf of Michel Jarraud, in lieu of Michel Jarraud, who will be back with us, I think, later, and has been chairing and guiding us in a wonderful way, I think, through this conference. And it is now my honor to announce the winners of today's sponsorship awards. And let me first say this, we have 3 prizes, each of them with 5,000 Swiss francs. And they are equal prizes. I think that is important. There's no first, second, third. So no première, seconde, or what the other French way of saying that in the Descartian or not so Descartian way. But as you can imagine, and you've heard and listened to and discussed with people about their presentation, this has been a really difficult decision. Yeah? And all projects, I think, are really promising and have been presented in a rather convincing manner. And in doing so, I think they have comprehensively covered the various fields and the groups of people that we had flagged up in advance for this conference in our endeavors not to leave anyone behind. Looking at women, indigenous people, refugee and migrants, the youth, climate change, and rural areas. So may I say a very warm thank you to each of you, first of all. And if I'm not mistaken, we've had around 13 presenters today. And please forgive me if I should forget someone. I've had the chance to talk to some of you during the breaks as well. It was very inspiring. Alain Al-Ilali, Deepti Vikramasinghe, Evans Tembo, Eva Manzano, Kenneth Arrow, Stephanie Keen, Nidhi Naka Butler, Purko Yazici, Jos Raphael, twice, Hisashi Saito, Ramiseti Murali, and Snehalata Mekala, Beris Gwyn, and Aquileo Hernandez. And I probably forgot someone. Certainly I didn't pronounce some of the names correctly. My deepest apologies for that advance. So, and of course, their respective collaborators, which have been represented by them as well. So now, as much as we would wish to award a prize to each of you, as you can imagine, we had to make a selection. Yeah? And using the criteria as developed from the call that you had all responded to with your applications, such as innovation, the human rights approach to water and its various sub-criteria, accessibility, scalability, etc. In light of all that, and of course the quality of the presentations, we have chosen the following 3. And I will just mention them in the order of their appearance, as I said, without any ranking amongst the 3, just in the order in which they appear today. So, and may I ask each of them to come forward stage so that we can say congratulate you and see you on the stage. I think that would be much appreciated. First of all, Deepti Vikramasinghe, University of Colombo. Please come. Congratulations. And with the project on rainwater harvesting as an alternative water source in CKDU affected areas in Sri Lanka. The second is Eva Manzano. Congratulations, please come up on the stage. Building an enabling environment for universal access to safe water in Colombia. Congratulations. And the third one, Ramisetti Murali and Snehalata Mekala. Congratulations. Congratulations. With the project on local government lead action to translate policy commitment, inclusive sanitation progress for disabled children. Welcome on the stage and congratulations. So, can I say this? Yeah, I would like to congratulate all four of you. We have 3 prizes, but there's 4 of you on the stage. And I understand there's further collaborators behind you or with you, not all of them be represented. I would wish to extend a big thank you to all of you, but not only to you, but also to the other 8 or 9 presenters that I mentioned today, all of whose presentations have been wonderfully inspiring. And I think we should also thank you very much. And can I say it's been really an honor to listen to your really inspired and spirited projects, and that I wish you all the very best for their realization. Yeah? Thank you all for your contributions to leaving no one behind. Thank you so much. Sorry? Yes, yes, please. Should I be on?
I guess we could, if everybody wants to take a seat, to grab one. You may have to take, that's it, there we go. I'd like to ask Anders Johnson, President of WaterLex, who will give us some final words of closing.
Thank you very much, Des. Thank you very much. It's been 2 very interesting days that we've had celebrating the First World Summit on leaving no one behind. We heard 6 projects being presented yesterday, and we've heard 14 presentations today, altogether 20 projects. And I think that in various ways, they have driven home the message that what we're really talking about is the practicalities of life. These are very real life situations we're talking about, people, whether they are living in Colombia or in Sri Lanka or in Botswana or wherever they are, trying to meet their, as Kate said, absolute right to water and sanitation. And your projects have varying ways demonstrated precisely that. They have been very different projects, as you've heard. There have been some that have been highly technical, others have been, if that's a scale, more into policy and law. Some has been very, very systemic, for example. Others have been dealing with more individuals. Although not everybody have used that language, it's been very clear that they are all founded in, to varying degrees, but they are founded in human rights, and they are practicing a human rights approach to providing water and sanitation. And the notion that no one should be left behind flows through every single one of those projects, which I think is precisely what we wanted to to demonstrate. This morning, when we started the proceedings, one of the moderators, in fact it was Lesha who said it, she reminded us that women are very prominent in various ways when it comes to water and sanitation, and one often thinks of them as portrays them. You read about them as victims because they are the ones who either are not getting access to water or have to provide water for others. And if they're not victims, they are actors in water, she reminded us, and she also reminded us that they are the voice. So I think that the presentations we've heard today, although you might not have thought of it in those terms, eloquently in various ways, just about every one of them, demonstrated precisely that, because women in just about every one of them were one or the other or all three. And I therefore found that it was particularly fitting that when we announced the winners, that there are so many women who are amongst the winners, and I thought that we should also celebrate that. This, as you know, is the first summit, and l'année prochaine il y aura la deuxième, et 2021 il y aura la troisième, et there will be many more. We will be doing what is, I think, commonly referred to as a post-mortem. We will draw the lessons, and there are many lessons that we can draw, and we should draw. But I think that we can already say that some of the things we really hope to achieve, we have achieved. And what we have achieved, amongst other things, we have achieved projects that we will be able now to follow and showcase throughout the year as we continue to draw attention to the need for innovative projects to benefit people so that no one is left behind. So I think that we've already done rather well, but I also am sure we can all agree that we can do even much better, and we will do much better. As I've said, we will be drawing the lessons from this. We will be doing it together, and for those of you who want to chip in and share your lessons with us, you're more than welcome to do so. And then we will start the preparations and launch the preparations for the second summit. And of course, as of now, you're all very warmly welcome and invited to that. This is the, I guess, the ending speech. It is for me to thank all of you for your participation, for those who presented projects, for those who have been the judges, for those who have been parts and in the event overall, and of course the sponsors, whether we are talking about WIPO, who's providing us the venue and support here, we're talking about IWRA, who share their know-how, we're talking about WMO, and we're talking about the STC, and there are others. We are very grateful to all our sponsors. We hope that we will be grateful to them also next year, and that we will be grateful to many other sponsors next year. I'd like to say a special word of thanks to the interpreters. You've been, as you always are, very, very helpful in making sure that we actually speak and can understand each other. And as I said yesterday, I hope that there will be many more of you in many more languages next time we meet. The last, but certainly not the least, group of individuals I would like to thank are the people who actually did the work, the ones that you know they are there, you only see some of them, but they're a group of very dedicated, primarily women, but also a few men, who have made this event possible. And since they're not always visible, I like them to come up and join me here on the stage. Of course, Amanda, I mean, it's not for me really to explain to you the importance of Amanda. She's the driving force behind this. She is the But if I could ask all the others to join me, Maria, Geraldine, please, Rakia, can you please come up here? Cynthia, Jamie, I don't know where Jamie is right now. Is she inside the room or outside the room? But if you know where she is, could you please ask her to come in? Madeleine, please come up here, would you? Sharon, I believe, is sick in bed, but special thought to her. Gabriela, Lisette, Jake, where are you? Where's Jake? And Gloriana, Des, who's being the, please, Des, who's being the master of ceremonies. And can I invite you to give them a hand? Thank you very, very much. This is the team. They are very, very good, and they are very hardworking. And I wish you a very great weekend. I guess you're going to rest. See you in the office on Monday. And once again, thank you to all of you. And once again, congratulations to you. And I think with that, we close the first World Summit on Leaving No One Behind. Thank you very much.